Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're starting up the second part of this first day of streaming for the Overpowered Tournament. We have some matches lined up for you. First up is going to be Miku Atsune versus Crunch Time. Should start in a couple of minutes. And then after that, we will have Winter Fox versus Electric Overload. So we're just going to try to get the players in, and we should be ready to roll.
Yeah, it should be a fun one lined up. This is going to be a lot of people around here probably know Blanks, Elusive, Fez, and Suzuki. K-pop is
Even I know them. Even I know them, and I'm from Europe.
Well, like I said, at the very beginning, I said there's definitely some names that aren't strangers to the competitive scene. It's no TSM, no C9. It's not like they were at the top, but they're all names that people should at least recognize through a lot of like the Challenger series and stuff like that. So definitely exciting to get these guys in here and see how much they've improved over the course of time and go from there.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this matchup is going to go. On the side of Miku Atsune, we will have Blanks, Fez, Elusive, K-pop is Trash, and Suki. I love these names. They're so funny. And on the side of Crunch Time, we'll have Stellar Revolution, X1P9X, I'm Supreme, Len X, Pepe Tapia, and Vital. So what? I see. Okay, I was looking at the invites on the match, and there's a name that's completely striked. So that's actually a name. It's not separating. So it's just ... six crosses. Okay, that's a legit name.
That's how mine's working out too.
So that's the extra player from Miku Atsune who apparently will be playing on this game.
And it looks like we're just working on getting the last couple people in here. They did say that they were all ready to go, so hopefully that is the case. Hopefully we'll just get right into this game. Obviously we'll have the draft coming up, but definitely interested to see a full game actually make it through this time. See what the Sanfeng can do. So.
Yeah, because we still haven't seen the full potential being unlocked from the Master Sanfeng. Grasshopper has not been properly educated yet. So we'll have to see how that works out. Still getting our viewers back as well after that short break that we took. So welcome back if you just joined us. We will have Miku Atsune versus Crunch Time coming up real soon as two more members join the party.
And hopefully it should take no time at all, just rocking down through the list.
A reminder that this is a best of 3, so we will have a proper series with 3 games. Hopefully, it will reach 3 games. It might only be 2.
That's always the most exciting games to watch is when they go all the way to the end. So I hope you're right on that one. It definitely would be the best showing from both of these teams if they were able to get to that game 3. And then obviously just everything's on the line in game 3. Could go either way.
Give it a full extra reason for you to devote yourself fully, to become one with the game, become one with Sovereign's Rise, flow with the river, and get those turrets down. Become one with the dragon. Become the fire in the dragon. So you can actually do that. You can just pick Scarf. So
you can. Scarf's still a very strong pick right now. I think Celeste is a little more liked because obviously you can't have like a Finn soak all of the Spitfires if you're Celeste, but
yes. Do you ever notice how Scarf doesn't look really proportionate? I mean, he's supposed to be a baby dragon. I get that. But it doesn't, like, his base skin doesn't quite look like the other dragons. I always found that a bit peculiar. So I'm wondering if ever the big dragons will have like a skin to match the Scarf skins.
Could be a different breed of dragon too, though. We have different dogs. We've got Huskies and Labradors. And...
That's true. That's fair. I would have to concede. So yeah, food for thought. Food for thought right there.
Scarf has
Whole
some pretty
wide
awesome
range.
skins, though.
The what? I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Said Scarf does have some pretty awesome skins, though.
Yeah, the rainbow, of course. Rainbow
All
is
of
the
them.
best one.
Like all the Scarf skins.
I remember those Chinese festivity skins. They had like 4 of them or something like that.
Yeah, a whole bunch of the firework ones.
Yeah. And they're really expensive. You really need to put your ice where your mouth is if you want to play Scarf properly dressed up for the Chinese New Year. Put your ice where your mouth is. I like that one.
It is good. It is good. Quality memes here today.
Quality memes. We still haven't figured out a meme for the forfeits that we had on the tournament so far. We had to work on that. I don't know. Let's see, maybe something with dragons. The dragon 8 teams, since we're talking about dragons anyways.
Sylvia's a meme overlord. She'll probably make us one.
Yeah, come on, Sylvia. We're hoping that you can create a proper meme for all the forfeits. Maybe we could try to mix match different memes with this one. Like we had the Black Claw and the Ghost Wing became Black Wing. So maybe the Black Wing ate the teams that forfeited. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out there. Seems we are missing a Tsuki and a Blanks. Right now, Tsuki and Blanks to Vainglory, please. Actually, these are players that are actually new, that I casted the 3 versus 3, and I say that, and Tsuki just arrives, and Blanks as well.
Nice.
I actually casted the 3 versus 3 North American tournament a few months back, and Miku Watsune was one of the teams playing, so I casted quite a few games from them, so I know how skilled they are.
That's good. Maybe that means we have a really good matchup ahead of us.
Yeah, I think everyone should be ready now. So we should be about to get into the draft phase. Hopefully, no one will ban Sunfang.
I would really like to see just some fantastic Sunfang play. Gonna be honest, I know he's pretty broken, but I would love to see it at the top. You know.
You will like to witness the brokenness of the Sunfang. Be properly schooled by the master.
Let's see here. Well, we got everybody in the party now, guys, so hopefully we should have the game going here in just a second. We'll get into the draft for you guys. And definitely interested to see where the draft goes with this one. Obviously, Celeste Scarf still pretty dominant in the meta for this update. We'll see the Sunfang either be prioritized in the ban or picked up, and we'll face roll people. So we'll have to see what goes on with that.
I wonder, what do you guys usually ban on North America? In Europe, we've been banning a lot of Churnwalker, Sunfang, and Magnus. But I think some people have been starting to ban a bit more Fortress as well. Just because of the dive potential, I guess. So
we did see the Fortress ban earlier.
Yeah, we did. That is true. Correct.
Let's see here. We should be getting into the game right about now, guys. Just making sure.
All the rest of Miku Watsune team is mocking Blanks, so that Blanks needs to go to the bathroom first. So I guess Blanks is missing. I don't know.
Blanks is all the way at the bottom. He drafts last. He's fine.
Yeah, just start. Just start.
And then we'll complain why somebody didn't lock in.
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, you don't need to press accept at this point. So if you're last drafting, it will take like 3-4 minutes to reach you.
Right. You got a bit of time. Plus, you know,
Apologize, Mike.
imagine playing a mobile game that you could take with you to the bathroom. Hint, hint.
Yeah.
I think.
It seems that we are finding a match for our party, so we should be getting underway.
We've entered the queue, guys.
Woohoo! Draft phase. Oh yeah. So what are we calling the dash? We're calling the dash guy, the dash person.
Call him Dash from The Incredibles.
Okay, dash or the dash?
Dash.
Okay, so dash. So Dash is up for banning. He apparently decides to ban the Maline. Scared of the Maline. Maline chicken.
Maline is pretty intimidating at times.
They're going to be replied with a ban to Magnus from the side of Crunch Time.
And I think Magnus is one that we'll see taken off the board pretty much this whole tournament, to be honest with you. So expect to see more Magnus bans. Definitely expect to see some Sanfeng probably make it through just because there is a lot of other priority bans. I don't know if I really would have put Maylene up there personally, but the Fortress we've seen banned twice now. I do like the Finn bans. Finn is insane. Churnwalker also up there with like the insane captains. So, you know,
What about Reza?
Reza is pretty good, but I just...
You rather play Reza
is it ban-worthy? Yeah, I mean, I'd rather, if you're A-side, definitely try to get Reza or something.
Oh, why did you ban Sanfeng? Come on, guys. We want to see Sanfeng being played. Okay. I don't like these guys. I don't like Crunch Time.
Too much fear, not enough fight.
Too much Sanfeng bang in their lives. They don't feel the key flowing through the Sovereign's rise right now. Seems we're going to have a pick up for Scarf on the side by Dash. They almost decided for the Adagio. And Adagio is pretty good because on this current meta that we're still playing, we don't have that recovery of a health on the mid that you used to have when you had those items for the support carry that give you extra heal. Those items were removed, so it's extra important to have a healer on your side to help you sustain the mid a little bit longer. And that gives you a little bit of an edge. And some people have been saying that that's quite crucial on the pro games. I don't know. I'm just casting. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. On the side of Crunch Time, we do have Yates and Finn picked up. Both very good support captain picks. And they're putting a pick on Churnwalker. So they want triple captain, just to make sure.
There's definitely a lot of frontline here, but I don't know if into the Celeste that's your best bet. As far as if they were to have picked up the Churnwalker there, I really wouldn't have seen a whole lot of opportunity to get to both the Celeste and the Scarf and take them down. Shy of like an amazing yeet forced accord from Finn, right? Like that would be your only hope. So I like the Baron
instead. Yeah, Baron late game is very strong, still does a lot of damage. Got a little bit of a nerf, but it's still very strong. And they're trying to decide for the Reza. Reza sounds good. I would go for the Reza. Well, not me personally. I hate playing Reza, but I mean for the team. For the team, I would advise the Reza.
It's going to be a Gwen instead. So, interested to see what we have picked up on the A side over here for Miku Hatsune. It's going to be the Lyra. Very good sustaining captain, especially when, you know, sitting in the mid lane there trying to keep either the Celeste or the Scarf, which I imagine will likely be the Celeste, at full health, keep her in the fight, keep her farming wave, getting gold, and that is going to be the road to success for them. The Gwen and the Baron, though, I'm a little concerned on their ability to take down the Scarf and the Celeste.
Yeah, definitely. Guys, a reminder that if you want to win the Anka skin, you need to type !raffle. It will be given away at the end of the draft, so not much time left. Anyways, to wrap this draft up, we have the Tony on the side of Miku Hatsune and the Lorelei. So we do have triple support on the side of Crunch Time. It's going to be an interesting matchup. I still think I will favor Miku Watsune on this matchup, but
I definitely
depends a lot on how they play.
The draft on that side.
I mean, if they get pulled in by Force the Court by Finn, then it's GG for them. But apart from that, I think they have a very good opportunity to win the match.
Yep, just getting in another one of those amazing scarf skins that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, the ice skin is also pretty good.
Dragon scarf. Very, very nice skin. Also, the new title enchanter Lyra. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, that's awesome skin. I wish I had that. I actually burned some ice trying to get that skin, and I didn't get it. I burned like 500 ice trying to get her.
Rip.
So I feel sad, man.
The RNGesus was not with you that day, sir.
Yeah, the RNG gods were not favoring me.
Maybe someday, though. Maybe someday we'll get you that skin. But we are in to the Sovereign's Rise. The lane minions have spawned. The teams are doing their things. And we've got pretty similar rotation on each side. So we'll have to see who's able to make the first move here, if anyone, or if we just played a little bit on the safe side, get into our lanes for farming and go from there. I do expect this to be the mid Baron. We see him there now, but Gwen up against the Celeste would just be utterly terrifying. So hopefully we see none of that.
I haven't seen. I want, but I guess it's weapon, right? Yeah, you did.
Yes.
Weapon. No, I mean, you can still do CP Baron and start with some weapon bits just to clear.
You could for the early waves, because if you start CP, you're definitely going to struggle in the wave clear department compared to Celeste. So we could see either or. I would expect at some point to definitely see it go Celeste, especially since we have the Gwen, who will likely go down a weapon path. So that would be what I lean towards as well is seeing that solid Crystal Power Baron for the late game.
I see. I mean, Baron got a bit of a nerf on his CP path, so it's a bit curious if you see that. I would probably do double weapon and do weapon Baron as well, along with Gwen. Also, curiously, we have Scarf on the top lane. He's not doing the mid. He left the mid for Celeste. Well, I guess that's acceptable.
Celeste should definitely be mid.
I think Gwen will have advantage on this matchup, though. Well, it depends on the skill, of course, of the players, but I mean, tit for tat, Gwen should have advantage over Scarf, especially
very early on. Yes, very early on, this Gwen should have a pretty good advantage.
About to see the first blood. Both flasks getting popped. Lens uses his Skedaddle, but not enough to get control. And Vital could do something here. He manages to stun up with some fish food, not enough to finish up. Vital has both buffs, but not enough to kill off that baby dragon.
No, not at all, and that's going to be first blood going on over to the Scarf. He has got enough gold to go ahead and upgrade into his Halcyon Charger, so as you talked about earlier, gives that additional cooldown, gives some energy regeneration, and it's going to help Scarf keep his energy up to get those pools down to clear out the minions, push the wave, and make it a little bit of a nuisance for the Gwen to actually be able to do anything. Especially having the reduced cooldown on those boots is going to help keep Scarf in a safe spot.
Exactly. I was about to mention that the cooldown is one of the great benefits of the Halcyon boots as well early on. It avoids you getting some of that items that go into Clockwork, and you really want the cooldown on Scarf to be able to send the more ice balls as possible, because this is not
it's ice dragon.
It's very low. That is that. We have a dead Gwen. Gwen again, overextending a little bit more, and now Fez is definitely in control of that top lane.
Absolutely, and this is going to be a rough spot for Lengths to be in. He's going to be down quite a bit of CS here early on in comparison to
Dash getting caught off guard, getting pulled in, and it's a dead Lyra. The skin did not save her. You can get the latest skin, the pretty skin, but
that does not make you a better player.
No. Except if it's the summer skin, of course. If you get the summer skin, then you naturally deal more damage. Everybody knows that.
I mean, so that's kind of like the tier 3 glaive skin, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Instant 20% damage bonus.
Yeah, you play better. Naturally. It's like it's the placebo effect, you know. Just play better.
We've got Dash back in the mid lane here with Suki clearing out some minions. That's going to be another wave here lost for the orange side as those minions face tank their way into Crunch Time's turret. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Fez, he's doing pretty good work here against Lynx. Level 5 on the Scarf, level 4 on the Gwen. Gwen sitting pretty low on items. Scarf working his way towards gold for a second tier 3 item at this point. But looks like we've got a rotation heading down towards the bottom lane here. We've got the Lyra running away at this point. Baron comes in. I don't know if they're going to be able to pick up the kill on the Lyra. Stun is going to miss. Looks like everybody should just make it out alive. Clutch reflex block.
Connecting there.
And Fez gonna pick up another kill in the top lane, just keeping Lynx held down, unable to get any gold to his name. And Scarf, pretty decent at taking turrets. Even this early at the game, we see it chunking down quite quickly here. Not quite enough to get the turret, but definitely has it in the damage range. For the next time he gets an opportunity, that'll be turret and gold going over to the side of Miku Hatsune.
Suki overextending a little bit here in the mid. She might get into trouble. Jump jets not quite enough. They managed to get away. Use the flask, but they're fine. We're good. Pro tip for everyone out there: don't get into a snowball fight against Fez. Clearly he knows how to throw those ice balls. So be aware of that.
And he's playing cheeky, right? That snowball has that hard ice in the center of it. He's looking to do damage.
Yeah, putting some gravel inside the snowball.
Suki has picked up that the Crystal Treant buff there and is now working her way back to the mid lane. K-pop is trash on. Is that the,
might have a rotation for the
beautiful
dragon here.
Tony skin?
Wolf's Maw not quite connecting there. Otherwise, we would have troublesome Lyra.
Did get a stun off onto Blanks there. Taunt is going to connect on the Lorelei, but nothing to come of it. I do think... Jeez, man. The blocks coming out of Dash here on the Wolf's Maw. Excellent. And Fez, 4 kills on the board. Got that turret. Blanks not having a good time against this Scarf. I definitely, honestly expected the Gwen to do good into the Scarf early on, but thanks to that quick gank, let Scarf get into a comfortable spot, and now Fez is just running away with it.
Yeah, he's just snowballing, and someone needs to rotate up and help stop that Scarf. Otherwise, if he keeps accumulating kills like this, he's gonna be pulling out a very nasty Dragon's Breath on those team fights that will come later on. Meanwhile, we have a skirmish down here. For the Ghostwing, got picked up for the side of Miku Hatsune. 4-man rotation, back up into the mid, just controlling, zoning out the action. Ooh, forced the cord, not quite connecting there.
Pretty close. No cigar.
Close, but no cigar. Hey, Wolf's Maw now connecting, but combo
Fez.
almost done, not quite.
Fez picking up another kill onto Lynx in the top lane. This Scarf is out of control, has the Shatter Glass, has the weapon buff because YOLO, and this Scarf may be looking to sweep out some jungle on the way out, but there's nothing there for him, so he's just gonna probably hit up shop, spend his 800 gold, and rejoin with the team, because looking at the gold lead right now, almost 5k here in just 8 minutes. It's a good start for the size of Miku Hatsune. He's going to be looking to split this jungle gold here, probably with Suki here in just a second, get that Crystal Treant buff. I wonder which one of them is actually going to
overextending here. Uses jump chest, get away, and manages to escape Tony. So nice reaction there. Wolf's Maw not quite connecting. Now let's take a look at the top. More snowballs to the face. And this guy needs to be careful because the Tony is rotating up and he can stun her really easily. Here comes 1, 2, 3 hits and a stun. Here comes the taunt and the drag. Oh, she escapes. She uses the heal flask and manages to survive.
A heal flask.
There by Lens.
Daddle OP.
They will take that turret though.
Yeah, definitely going to be a turret going over to this monstrous Scarf right now.
Yeah, those rotations, and we do have a double weapon going for the side of
yes,
Crunch.
we do.
So that Baron indeed went for a weapon. I think it's better
leading
on
up
the
the jungle on his
team
way
fights.
out. Yeah, I agree. I do agree. I do quite often like to see the diversity in your builds, just to force the enemy to build both shield and armor, or commit to one or the other.
Got another team fight going on. Bada boom!
Oh man!
Make sure that the team fight is over. But Finn wants a piece of this Tsuki, and he doesn't get one because we have a Crucible.
Excellent Crucible from Dash.
What's it?
And that is likely going to be a good
Nice Wolf Stomp.
Stellar,
Here
but
comes the
not
Dragon's
enough.
Breath. Gonna do a lot of damage. Enough to kill Stella with that Yates.
Enough to kill and to get the turret as well. 6-1 on the scoreboard for Miku Hatsune. They are sitting up 6,000 gold at this point. They do have another Ghost Wing coming up here shortly, as well as Black Claw here in just a couple minutes. So I'll have to see what they're able to do with that push. Ghost Wing back on map. I actually expect to see Miku Hatsune push that relatively soon here, just because they by all means have the dominating force to do it uncontested, shy of a Miracle Snipe. But and it does look like they're going to go ahead and
just
do
started
that.
this up.
Yep.
Blank is just finishing up that weapon buff, and he's going to rotate down here as well. I don't think the red team of Crunch Time will do the rotation. Maybe Yates has a sight on it. Here comes Go. Here comes the flare. With only 3 members there, it's a bit risky. He does manage to get the pull onto that scarf and stuns him up. But all 5 members of Miku are there, and they do get those things. And an engage there with the...
And here comes the scarf.
Dragon's Fire.
Dragon's Breath is not going to connect. Took a little too long to get the Arcane Passage down. And I pretty sure Crunch Time just seen all of that Pain Train coming and just decided to hightail it out of there. But they made it out. Everybody's alive. They have a second lease on life here to try to defend this mid lane turret, away from the just absolute punishment of the Scarf and Celeste this game.
Yeah, and I think if Fez had entered that portal, he could have... Ooh, Fish Food not quite connecting. Well escaped by Tsuki there. I think if Fez had connected that Dragon's Breath through the portal to find the rest of the enemy team, there would have been another extra kill for the side of Miku. Now it's Blanks that it's overextending, and there are 4 people collapsing on him. Here comes a Lorelei trying to do a little damage. He gets stunned up, he gets rooted up, stunned up again, and we have a very dead Adagio to compensate. We will get the turret. Turret for an Adagio. I think that's worth it.
That's worth. Blank's life is always worth a turret, right? But Adagio definitely going to be getting to a very scary point here. He's got the Sorrow Blade. He has the double Blazing Salvo, so he has an attack speed. God, that Lorelei skin is just so wonderful. Particle effects everywhere, man. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Weapon Treant is being contested right now by Miku Hatsune, but I don't know if they're quite going to be able to take it. Nope, that is going to go over to the side of Crunch Time. Wolfsmaw a little bit short there.
Crunch Time. Oh, it was Lorelei that got it in the end.
I mean,
we do
at
have
that
a Black
point,
Claw
anybody
up.
that gets it.
Yeah, anyone gets it, it's good, as long as it's not the enemy.
Right.
Black Claw is up, so it should get started up soon. Tony is there, but they want to play it safe. They want to play it safe, waiting for the Adagio to rotate up, the Celeste to rotate up. Just waiting, and Stellar Revolution is there. Starts off the Dragon just to have him send some little fire to the enemy team. And then they rotate away. They don't have vision there. They're going to give them a free Black Claw.
And worst spot to be for Gwen. Here comes the Scarf, and Gwen, you're not going to make it out of there, bud. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that's the end of Lanks, but it's also going to be a Black Claw going over to the side of Miku Hatsune. Not really a whole lot the side of Crunch Time can do at this point, other than, they really just need to hunker down here, try to hold off this push, and maybe get another chance to go, because it's not looking good for them right now.
It's time to turtle up, wait for better times, wait for the late game, and maybe you might have enough items to do some more damage. The 5-man team rotation on the top turret is going to be a very squishy turret. Meanwhile, the Dragon is doing its damage. Ooh, nice Dragon's Wolf's Maw there, but the portal is used to get back out. A little bit of a skirmish. Finn in a bad spot, manages to get away. Solar Storm not really connecting onto anyone. Lorelei seems in a bad spot. Here comes the re-engage from Yates. A very low health Yates. He does indeed die to the burn there, but
Fez is going to go down as well. K-Pop is trash, sticking in around, trying to get some damage, unable to. A couple kills on the board for the side of Crunch Time now. Blanks, he's going to likely pick up a kill on Scream. Nope, they're just going to go straight for the crystal here. They might be able to get it. It's going to be rough, though.
So
Suki is
low.
last alive. Dragon is here, but can it help at all? Suki is trying so hard. We do have Stellar Revolution back up now. Stun onto Suki, and I think that is going to be the end of the game. What a clutch pull through at the end there, Suki. You did your job well. The rest of the team definitely hunkered down, but man, star of that game for sure, Fez. Absolutely in control, dominant of that top lane, excellent rotations, and that's Miku Hitsune with a incredibly convincing game one.
Very impressive little dragon indeed in that top lane. I'm hearing from our entire organization team that we have a Sunfang hero unlock to be given away, probably using the raffle scheme. Let's wait to see how that turns out. Meanwhile, we will swap teams from one side to the other for the game 2. Let's see. And we will be back to Sovereign's Rise quite soon for the game number 2 of this series. What can Crunch Time do to turn this around? Is it draft?
Hopefully not give up Celeste and Scarf would be probably a really good start.
I know what the main problem was. The main problem from Crunch Time is that they banned Sanfang. That was the issue. If they didn't ban Sanfang, Miku Hatsune would have certainly made things easier for them overall. So, pro tip right there, don't ban Sanfang. We want to see Sanfang being played. That's my analysis summed up.
Yeah, I mean, just looking across the scoreboard here at the end, Scarf, up 4,000 gold over the Gwen in his lane. You look at the mid lane, Celeste versus Baron. She was up 1.2k. I mean, even the captains were up gold, and that's just kind of a rough spot to be in if you're on the side of Crunch Time. They just never got to a point in the game where they were able to keep up with the damage output that the side of Miku Hatsune were able to put together. They even had an Aftershock on the Lorelei and just were not able to come through strong with the damage. They were never able to contest the Scarf. They were never able to contest the Celeste, and that really was a lot of their downfall, in my opinion.
Yep. Domine, you need to rejoin the game.
I was just looking at the builds at the end.
Damn, these analysts that want to analyze the builds of the people and stuff. Just get with the game. Let's get this on. To get on to the second match. We should be ready to get into the draft right now. Meanwhile, we have Sanfang's, is it the skin or is it the hero? I think it's the hero. So do the exclamation mark raffle to enter if you want to have your Sanfang for free. For freeze. It should come with the skin at this point. It would be nice. And it's a nice skin as well. The only skin that Sanfang has. It's pretty decent.
Well, he uses base skin, right?
Yeah, well, his base skin is okay, but his other skin is pretty decent as well. So,
oh god, this chat.
We'll have to see. Should be ready to start.
Looks like we've got the teams switched accordingly.
Yep.
So definitely would like to see a little bit better of a draft phase come out of the side of Crunch Time this time around. I mean, you heard me right from the beginning. It definitely it felt like a Miku Hatsune game from the very start. Just looking at the draft, there was no way to contest the Scarf, no way to contest the Celeste, shy of a great Forced Accord, which we never saw. The Crucibles were just too on point. Coming out of the side of Miku Hatsune.
Finn was playing pretty well, but the rest of the team wasn't following up whenever he did those plays. So hard to win the team fight when the rest of the team isn't doing the damage to pull it through.
Yeah, he never really got a great opportunity to get a good Forced Accord down either, just because of the gotta really stretch, those Crucible timings were absolutely insane out of Lyra last game. I think I saw like 3 or 4 blocked Wolf's Maws. The Forced Accords got blocked pretty much every time. Just excellent play coming out of Miko Hatsune.
Indeed. Meanwhile, Vainglory is finding a match for your party, and we're in the draft. So let's see what the side of Crunch Time decides to ban. Hopefully not the Sandfang. Remember my pro tip. They ban the Yates. Okay, that's acceptable. That's an acceptable ban. Yates can be quite annoying with Wolf's Maw and the stun on his B and stuff like that.
Yeah, the Overpowered definitely can bring an end to the dive strat real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Similar to like almost a very similar ability to just like Grace's Holy Nova in general. Like really excellent at shutting down dive.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what they decide to ban for the second ban that they have. They're taking their time, considering all possibilities of the realm of existence and Fortress.
Looks to be the case, or no ban at all.
How can you have a no ban after you already selected? I thought it auto-locked once you had already selected it, but apparently not.
I think it does that if you select a hero.
Sandfang, Stella! Sandfang! Don't go Adagio, go Sandfang! Pro tip! Let's see. Let's see if she hears me or not, if they're stream sniping. There you go, Sandfang, indeed. Well played, Stella. You already won. Even if you don't win the game, you won the moral award for doing the right thing. That's what matters.
I'm definitely a strong pick in the meta right now.
Finn, yeah, very strong. Finn, very strong as well, and Adagio also very strong as well. So nice combo there. Finn Adagio coming up for the side of Miko Hatsune. Let's see how Crunch Time will retort.
Looks like
real Jewel.
Yeah, looks like maybe the Jewel here. I'm not totally in love with it, but I guess if it works, it works.
I guess it depends on the skin. If it's the latest skin, then it definitely works. If it's the older skin, I rather not see the Jewel. Like that School Days skin. I don't know. I always have that selected by default, and I always regret having it. I prefer the latest one. Anyways, we have Malene also following up by Vital. Malene, very strong pick right now in the meta as well. Won't do much against Finn, but might do something against whatever other mid laner we'll have. And now we have a Lance, so very captain and a Lorelei. So
wow,
we might have like a five captain team side. I think their last pick is going to be a hyper carry hero like an Idris, a Baron, something like that.
It's got to be
good on the late game. Yeah.
Celeste did get picked up by Crunch Time this time around, so going to be interesting to see what Miko Hatsune put together here. The Scarf is still on the board for either side. Oh boy.
Pepe seems to want Lyra instead.
Do you give away the Scarf to Fez again, though? That's the question. Nope. All captains, all troll. Let's go.
We have a meme, ladies and gentlemen. We have a meme.
Ultra memes going on in here right now.
Ultra captainy. So now the question is, who is going to be where? I guess Blanks with Adagio will be weapon bot, and probably Lorelei will be mid CP, and maybe Fez will be top. I mean, Fez can be bottom with Lance as well. So we'll have to
definitely
see.
could. A lot of potential for some flex here. We'll have to see what they decide to go with. I guess I'm interested to see how the all captain strat works.
They have a lot of crowd control, so
yes, they do.
That's definitely they will tank, and they will be able to stun you to death if you get caught trying to jump on them or just poking them. I mean, if you get in the range to start poking, they can pretty much do like a small dive onto you. and reach you either with the Force the Cord or with the Impale or with the fish food. So interesting game that we're about to see. Second game of this series, Miku Hatsune is 1-0 so far. Small reminder, if you just joined us.
Yeah, but game one, very convincing game one for Miku Hatsune too. And we do have the Sanfang coming through this time. It's going to be Pepe Tapia is going to be picking that one up. We'll have to see if he has mastered the art of his dojo or not. But Stellar Revolution here on the Lyra, going to be able to provide a lot of sustain to this Celeste throughout the later stage or early stages of the game, and see if Celeste can get online to deal with the Lorelei Finn combination here in the mid lane for the side of Miku Hatsune. I'm interested to see if it works.
Yeah, it's just gonna be so annoying to go up against them. Like, if you try to dive them, you just get rooted, you get stunned, you get pulled. It's just gonna be very hard. And if you're a squishy hero like a Celeste typically is, you're gonna have a hard time.
Yeah, you just fear for your life the whole time.
Yeah, if you get quibbled down, you're gonna start thinking, where the hell are my boots? I need the boots to get away from here.
Well, maybe we'll see those Halcyon Chargers come out early again, but who knows? Yeah. Only time will tell, friends, here on the Sovereign's Rise. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Blanks is doing his best to push I'm Supreme back, but here comes the gank from K-Pop is Trash, almost able to pick it up. The Flask will stray away any further efforts, but it's not going to be looking good for this turret here.
And it doesn't even get the CS. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, doesn't get a CS. He's out of a Flask. He's getting
a stun, though.
Down repeatedly. Yes.
I mean, the stun must count for something. It's not CS, but you still get it, right? So it's good. Well, Sunfang arrived to help clear out this wave. So he managed to get some farm out of this now. Let's take a look at what's happening in the mid. Just avoiding fish food, business as usual. Nothing in the fish market today. Finn getting closer to Celeste. They decide to rotate down, get their buffs, which should be spawning up soon. Meanwhile, we have another engage.
Trash. Look it up top. Yep, that is going to be a stun onto Pepe. Don't know if they're quite going to be able to pick up the kill, but he is going to be quite low, including that Adagio burn continuously ticking down. He's going to be forced back home with I'm Supreme in order to top up health, pick up a couple items, hopefully, and get back onto the Rise. Meanwhile, we do have Catherine still sitting up here in the top lane. Fez in the bottom lane, maybe struggling ever so slightly against Vital just due to Lance's slow attack speed and range. The ease that Maline can have avoiding a lot of the Lance's abilities, it will be probably pretty difficult for Fez to apply pressure against Maylene, but he should at least be able to hold out as well.
Here comes the rotation by Tsuki, trying to catch Vital by surprise. He does manage to get away, though. So we're good. We're good. No gank for you, Tsuki. Pepe Tapia doing a little poke damage there, or just frightening a little bit. No first blood so far, already 4 minutes in.
Yeah, Pepe's still fighting up with dashes here. Fez is over here getting that barrier treant down. Pepe, not really a whole lot he can do against the Finn, so they're just going to go about their separate ways. Pepe going to try to pick up this weapon treant. It does give Senfang just an absolutely disgusting amount of gank potential if he has that weapon buff. So we'll have to see if he's able to execute on that. Meanwhile, it is Suki and Dash just pushing down the middle lane here, and there's no Celeste in sight. Here comes the Solar Storm, but not really looking too great on the Celeste right now. 38 CS, working on 39 here, getting there, but hasn't really been able to deny too much away from Suki, you know, with it being a Lorelei in the mid lane, but good stun there.
He does have more farm than Tsuki has at this point, so props for that.
Yes, I would like to see a little bit more aggression out of the Celeste, really start to try to deny this Lorelei. We do have the Halcyon Chargers completed on Vital and on Celeste X1.
Yeah, rotation up, 4-man team. Let's see if we have any. Nope, they saw it coming. They saw it coming, they decided to fall back, recall back home, go shopping, and Celeste and Lyra rotate back down to the mid lane. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, Vital is running for his life. It's okay though. He's not even low on health or anything. He's punishing Fez quite hard. Ooh, gets impaled there with a... but gets walled away, and he's gonna stay safe. But a nice rotation from Finn there, trying to help out Fez, sustain a little bit more. Here comes Stellar Revolution to compensate a bit the deficit. But
Wicked Escapade able to get Vital in and out of combat pretty easily, though. So Vital has been pretty aggressive here on the melee lane, and I like it.
Yeah, definitely giving some challenge to Fez, who was so dominating on the previous game with that Scarf. Ooh, so low, he's forced to recall back home. See if Stella tries to finish him off. Nope, they let him recall back home. Meanwhile, on the top, we sort of had a skirmish. Nope, they decided to disengage. So we're good. Team's just rotating for their farm. I'd have a little 2 versus 2 on the top. Jewel and Sanfeng zoning out.
Turret not looking great in the bottom lane. That is going to be Vital and Stellar picking that one up. Fez now down without a turret. A little bit of a tussle up in the top lane, but Skirmish not really breaking down too much. I'm Supreme has it level 6. He has Crystal Power on this Jewel, so we'll have to see if he can land any good big red buttons coming forward.
She manages to escape. She got impaled there when Giffen rolled into the wall, but she managed to escape. Solar Storm not quite catching anyone there. Preventive Solar Storm. Meanwhile, on the top, we have a very low Jewel that indeed goes die. Will the Sandfang also die? He has 3 people versus 1. He uses his A ability. Try to catch him a little more time. Finn is very low. He will die. So
Finn
nice
is
trade
dead. Staying a little bit... Staying a little bit too long underneath the turret there. We do have the fountain complete over on the side of Miku Hatsune. Not quite anything really tier 3 wise ready as far as the captains go on the side of crunch time though.
Still early in the game though, only 7 minutes in. The Ghost Wing arrived a little while ago. No one decided to rotate down to get it. It's a pretty even game compared to the previous game, so we're happy to see that at least.
Crucible picked up for Stellar Revolution, so we will have that block for, you know, one of the 47 different crowd control things that Miku Hatsune have. Hopefully we see more than one Crucible come out here. Sunfang is working towards one himself. I mean, you know, honestly, at this point, Jewel, you might want to pick one up too, but...
You have an engage going on in the mid, getting pulled in by Sunfang, and the power of Sunfang gives you a kill.
Oh, a little bit late on the Crucible there. Forced Court is going to pull Pepe in, but no follow-up from the rest of Miku Hatsune. Is going to be Blanks getting stunned up by Pepe. Can they find the kill? Fountain is out. Blanks is winding up the Verse of Judgment. It's going to pick up a stun onto Vital. It's going to be a kill going over to Finn, though. Fez, he's now on his way out. He will survive. But 3-3 on the scoreboard. A little bit more even of a game this time around. Gotta be honest, maybe a little bit due to trolling draft, but you know, still, this is a pretty exciting game to watch with how even it is. It's gonna be a kill picked up by Suki on the Lorelei onto the Sanfeng, and it is now going to be the rest of crunch time on the run. Oh, but the stun chain onto Supreme, just too much. Another kill for Suki, gonna be cleaned up. 2-1-0 on the Lorelei. Catching up on CS at this point as well. Build some pretty even at this point across the board. We did have first item Crucible by all means by Stellar Revolution. I absolutely agree, but a little bit behind on getting the fountain up here. Meanwhile, Dash does have the fountain complete, but is a little ways away from the Crucible. Gonna steal here. It is gonna go over to Celeste. X1 with the steal.
Feels bad, man.
Moment.
They had that advantage from that team fight. They did the good rotation, but good vision from Malene there that was just circling around, managed to get them the steal. Nice way to get themselves back into the game. They even have a gold lead at this point. You were mentioning the troll picks from the side. I think the only one that's actually struggling right now on the side of Ikuwatsune is the mid. The mid seems to be a bit lackluster. I don't know if it will ramp up a little bit on the late game, but Celeste also ramps up on the late game, so it's a bit... I think they probably should have picked something else to reserve a carry for the mid. Might have an engage on the top. Going, Jewel forced to use the jump jets to get away. Pepe Tapia comes to the rescue. They do have the buff from the Ghost Wing still available. Rotation from Dash, rotation from Stellar Revolution and Vital. Everyone is here. Well, not everyone. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Celeste is playing hide and seek with Fez.
Celeste is trying to get some gold in her pockets right now is what's going on. But Fez is on his way down. Here comes Suki as well. Can they pick it up? Good Githian wall there. Unable to land the Impale. Fish Food wasn't able to connect earlier. Just didn't have the range. But we were able to land a one underneath the turret there. Not enough to pick up a kill. Not enough really to put X1 in the danger zone. But enough to
another Fish Food.
Force a flask, that's for sure.
Solar Storm hitting Tsuki in the face, and can this Maline finish up Tsuki? No, they decide to rotate to Fez, and they will get the Lance kill. Meanwhile, the top seems to be left alone to the red team, and they will probably manage to get this top turret here for free. Free turrets
to be the
so
case.
Tasty. Yum yum yum, free turret.
Yeah, X1 on the Celeste here is getting into a pretty comfortable spot on the Celeste. Has gone with the Dragon's Eye as opposed to going into a Clockwork or a Shatterglass. Does look like the Clockwork is going to be next on board, though, so we'll have to see what comes of that one. Celeste, definitely scary, even though there's so much tankiness here on the side of Miku Hatsune. Still just an absolutely absurd amount of damage if Celeste is able to build up any stacks on these on this Dragon's Eye. 6 kills on the board for Miku Hatsune right now.
Yeah, I'm curious to see this build on Celeste. In Europe, we see a lot of people playing this mid lane mages with Eve of Harvest just to have more sustain on the team fights. Even when they do defense, it allows them to just stay longer in the mid lane, and it doesn't seem that it is to be the case on this particular game. I'm not sure if it's like an NA meta thing that you don't really like Eve of Harvest. We seem to be going for a Ghost Wing now, though, but Fez is there. He can see it, but it's 1 versus 4. The rest of the team is coming down to help him out. Will it be enough?
Like Ghost Wing is almost taken down. Can they get the reverse steal here? That one is going to still go over to the side of Crunch Time. It's going to be Maylene picking up that last hit. And it's going to be forcing the side of Miku Hatsune back a little bit. They're picking up a couple hits on the mid lane turret here, but they need to dip out as that buff coming from the Ghost Wing capture is a little bit scary, to be honest with you. Here's the great big stun train coming here. It's going to be a kill picked up very early on the Celeste. Pepe Tapia likely to be the next one down. That's 2 kills for the side of Crunch Time. What an excellent lure there. They now have the numbers. They've started up the Black Claw. Vital getting big damage down onto Blanks, but immediately has to work his way out. Wicked Escapade is burned at this point. This should be a free Black Claw going over to the side of Miku Hatsune.
Indeed, very awesome Force Decor. They're really pulling their hurt, and like they don't care about the dragons, the Ghost Wing buff or anything. We just pull you in, we kill everyone. That's fine. We have another engage coming up on the top lane. Pepe wanted to do some stunning, but not really quite happening. Big red button clearing up that wave, and this will allow the team to rotate to the mid and take care of this Black Claw that is starting to take down some turrets. Rotation from the red team as well.
They don't have a ton of structure harass like the opposition does. Celeste obviously great. Oh, huge stun! Picking up the heels of Pepe Tapia. Sunfang is going to go down there. Meanwhile, Black Claw is very low on health. This should not be end game by any means, but that was a so close on the Solar Storm. That's going to be Finn dropping, and now Celeste able to just rain the damage back
now the chase is on. The chase is definitely on.
No connection there on the fish food. Stun onto Vital. It is going to be Lance falling now, though. And just like that, Crunch Time have turned things around. They've got themselves back into that fight after clearing the Black Claw. And gold is actually in favor of Crunch Time at this point in time.
Yeah, that's curious. They managed to still be ahead. But I mean, a lot of damage was done from the side of Miku Watsune just with that awesome force the core, 5-man team force the core. They got them the Black Claw right after. So they will have to take a moment to analyze what they did wrong there. I mean, they had the Ghost Wing buff and everything, so they clearly overextended or didn't really consider that they would be walking into a trap. Now both teams doing their rotations, preparing for another engage. The Ghost Wing is just showed up. No vision from both teams around.
Yeah, that's one thing I have noticed throughout the past two games is the vision control has been very spotty from both teams.
Might have another engage here. Quibble coming out.
Stun coming out of Dash. As we now have the Ghost Wing is getting started up by the side of Crunch Time.
But Crucible out. Yep. Oh, Fez got out.
Oh no! Fez in a rough spot there. He does survive, but I think Dash is now going to be the one falling. That's another kill picked up for the side of Crunch Time, and then they now have all the advantage they need to go ahead and finish up what they started. Not really a whole lot of potential for Fez to re-engage there, as well as K-Pop is trash, pretty low. Got some Storm Guard changes coming up here on the Catherine pretty soon here in the next update as well, so be looking out for those.
Definitely. Now, 5-man team. I've seen this before, the 5-man team rotating up and then getting forced to cord in, but not this time. They do have the Ghost Wing. They're gonna try to pick a lane. Actually, they split efforts. Jewel goes pick up or push the top lane, while the rest of the team rotate down. It would be a good opportunity to stay together. Ping that button. Jewel needs to be here before the side of Miku Watsune rotates down upon this Maline and company. They will manage to secure that Crystal Treant, and the side of Crunch Time decides not to overextend. That is wise. They are... Oh, and now a push. Boots getting popped. Let's see what happens. But nothing. That's just a disengage. This Crystal Treant might get stolen. Nope.
Force to Cord is going to get Crucibled out. So we've got a little bit better activations, in my opinion, coming out of the side of Crunch Time this game. So I'm glad to see they were able to step that up coming through. We do have both teams kind of dancing around Black Claw over here. And getting into the later stages of the game here, where the death timers are getting so long, the next fight could really determine a lot. So both teams have to be incredibly cautious. Obviously, you know, one good pull out of the Finn, you know, could spell disaster for Crunch Time. It does look like a fight maybe getting into the breakout here in the mid lane. We've got a little bit of poke going back and forth. Huge root coming down onto the Adagio, unable to pick it up. Minions were able to take a bottom lane turret off of the side of Miku Hatsune, though.
Yeah, but the top is pushing for the side of Miku Hatsune, so they just need to buy the time. Meanwhile, Black Claw has been started. Lance is still busy on the bottom lane there, so this dragon could very easily be going to the side of Crunch Time.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of snipe potential, but here comes Miku Hatsune. Huge stun, locking up the Sun Feng. Big red button ripping through, doing absolutely absurd amounts of damage. Traded 1 for 1. It was K-Pop is trash who was able to secure the last hit on that Black Claw. So even though they potentially, you could say, lost the fight, they may have won the war there. Keeping that dragon out of their own mid lane, keeping their defenses up, and buying themselves a little bit more time to maybe figure out what they want to do here with their Uber captain comp. It is going to be a turret going there now. Black Claw very low, definitely not going to be able to finish the game, but we see the rotation coming out of the side of Miku Hatsune. They might be looking to get a top turret here as well.
I don't think they will get it, though.
And now they're in a pretty rough spot. Fez is gonna...
Dollar Store. Not quite
Yep.
enough to finish off Tsuki, and Fez just manages to walk out of there. No one really has the boots or the war treads to do another engage there, sadly enough, for the side of crunch time. So they will just reset, get these buffs, and then position themselves for another Ghostwing fight.
Yeah, looks to be the case. Very even game so far. The gold lead has ever so slightly grown more in favor of crunch time, but the fights are still very, very gridlocked. As you mentioned, Ghostwing is back on the board. Pepe Tapia was using his abilities there to try to see if Ghostwing was in combat. Obviously was able to confirm that it wasn't. They dropped the vision now, so they will see it getting started up, or at least see that the members of Miku Hatsune are there.
Might have an engage coming up now. Both teams just zoning out that mid lane. Buying their time. Waiting for the pull from the forced accord from Dash. Here it comes.
Man, huge silence into the forced accord. Sanfeng is locked down. That's a easy kill picked up by the side of Miku Hatsune. Root comes through onto Fez, just a little bit out of damage of the rest of his team. And that's going to be Miku Hatsune turning their attention towards the Ghostwing now. Turret is destroyed now in the bot lane. We have both teams at this point fighting over this Ghostwing. Both teams have vision. Fez over the wall, gets the root, gets the double stun there onto Lyra as well as onto the duel. K-Pop is trash, is looking to get some more damage just down onto this Catherine, trying to help the team lock down. That's going to be another kill going over to the side of Miku Hatsune. Oh, just out of the arcane passage. Maylene was stunned. Unfortunately for her, the arcade passage did not get her to safety. Fez was able to pick up the kill in exchange for his own life. But this is going to be another turret now going over in favor of Miku Hatsune.
Very intense team fight there. I'm Supreme not quite doing the damage he wishes he could have done with that big red button. He might still have it available. Well, no, he doesn't have it available right now. They're going to start the Ghostwing. It's going to be a free Ghostwing. Well, Sanfeng is there. Quite a contested. I'm Supreme is there, but it doesn't have the big red button. 15 seconds on that cooldown. He's just going to let it go. And it's the first Ghostwing for the side of Miku Hatsune, I think.
First Ghostwing, I believe, yes. They did get the Black Claws earlier, though.
Yeah. So they're going to just try to reposition themselves for another Black Claw fight right now. But these team fights are really very intense right now, especially the first accord has been playing such a strong element, and the big red button from the side of I'm Supreme. Let's see how it works out now. Lance has started this one, maybe by mistake, just trying to clear out vision. Might have an engage coming up soon. Flares are being launched. The Black Claw has been started from the side of Miku Hatsune. I'm Supreme trying to flank the other way around. He does have the big red button available. He will use it now, trying to get the steal. Does not get it.
Nope, that
Miku
one's going to be
Hatsune
going over to Lorelei there. Important
now
to make
final.
note.
There's a very bad position. He's forced to pop the boots, trying to get away. But she manages to get away. Can dash to do some forced accord action here to pull someone in.
Yeah, important to make note, Celeste has absolutely no defensives going into this massive crowd control comp. And that's going to be pretty rough if Celeste gets locked down. There it was there, almost able to take her right off the map. Blackclaw pushing in, Sanfeng is going to get dropped. That kill's going to be going over to Blanks. Armory is going down, and I think this is going to be game 2, closing it out for the side of Miku Hatsune, as they all still alive. There goes the Finn, there goes the Adagio, but not in time. Crunch Time didn't have what it took, but they put up a absolutely phenomenal fight here in game 2. And
yeah, definitely much better game than the previous one that we had.
Absolutely.
They really put out a good fight, but in the end, all captains build or roster from the side of Miku Hatsune working out in the end for them in an advantage. I'm looking at builds. I don't know what to say about them. A lot of Celestial Shroud on the side of Miku Hatsune. is to prevent that crystal damage from all 3 main carries of the side of a crunch time.
Yeah, definitely a rough spot to be in if you're crunch time. But again, I think they stepped up their gameplay. A lot of their activatables were a lot better coming into game 2. A lot of their rotations were also much smoother coming into game 2. So I like to see them improve, and I'm interested to see what they're able to do here moving forward as well.
Yeah, well, they're going down, or well, crunch time is going down to the losers bracket at this point, and Miku Atsune is moving on to the next match. I'm actually taking a look at the schedule. They will face a final chapter on a game that will probably be tomorrow, I believe. Next up, we will have the teams of Winter Fox against Electric Overload. Should be shortly, in like 5 minutes or so, as fast as we can get the teams online.
Yeah, those rosters consist for Winter Fox, it's an Amazing Panda, Shadow TP, Carol Cena, Wang 328, and then 2 names that I can't pronounce, so we're just going to let that be.
I'm wondering if it's Chinese or Japanese. That's my main doubt right now. Or Korean. I guess it can also be Korean.
I don't even want to guess. But Electric Overload has Cat Lover, Ichkirgo Star, Blooming Lotus, Shag 326, and Coximus. That's going to be interesting to say throughout the whole game.
I'll just say Cox.
Yep.
Cox is coming to Sovereign's Rise to save the day. The teams are getting invited now, so we should have the game going on relatively soon. We have the confirmation that both teams should be on, so hopefully we will not have a very long wait time.
Hopefully not, but only time will tell.
Time tells everything. That was the deep thought of the day. Free of charge for you guys here at the OverPowered Tournament. For if you guys just turned in, we are casting the first day. We will have more games tomorrow. Coming up right now, we will have Winter Fox versus Electric Overload. And we're just waiting for the teams to join.
Yeah, we should be getting in here pretty shortly. I am going to be flat out honest. I don't know a ton about these 2 teams.
That's a lot more than I know.
I think the only name, in all honesty, that I recognize is an Amazing Panda. So
that's probably because you like pandas.
Who doesn't like pandas? I
love
cute.
Pandas. I'm a panda person. I'm pandas all the way. You know, some people like dogs, some people like cats. I like pandas, man. Like, some people share their cat photos. I like to share photos of red fox pandas. Those are the best. Like the smaller pandas and the red
pandas.
Yeah.
Pandas are pretty awesome overall.
Yeah, pandas are great. They're almost extinct though, sadly enough. But we'll get there. With the power of reducing climate change in the world, we will rebuild the habitat for all the pandas and unite them across the land.
With the power of Grayskull.
With the power of Sanfang. Sanfang, the master Sanfang will save the pandas. He kind of looks like a panda. I mean, he's big and fluffy, except that he's a cat. That part aside.
All right, an Amazing Panda has confirmed in chat that they are a panda.
Okay, great. How can they tap on the screen with the nails?
Precisely.
That's not conductive.
Well, see, they take the little rubber piece off of the styluses, and they've got them on all the nails.
Smart. Pandas are quite smart.
Pandas are intelligent creatures.
Yeah, they walk the extra mile to make sure they can dominate the Sovereign's Rise. Anyways, we're still missing a few elements joining the crew. We have a full roster from the side of Electric Overload, so they are ready to kick some ass. Some pandas ass, apparently. We're still waiting for a few people from Winter Fox, though. Let's wait a little while longer. We have some cat lovers on the chat. I vote for pandas. Sorry, I don't want to be biased here on this game, but I think I will go for the side of pandas, just because they're fluffier. I mean, don't get me wrong, cats can be fluffy as well. I mean, I love a cat as much as the next guy, but pandas are just, first they're bigger. Okay, cats can be big as well. There's lions, for example.
I mean,
but
if you put a cat
they're fluffier.
And a panda in a box, though, my money's on the panda.
Well, depends. How big is the box?
That's
if it's a very large box, the cat can get away and not get attacked. But then again, pandas are herbivores. They don't eat meat, so they don't attack other animals, I think. Maybe if they're like put into a corner. Maybe, what if the box doesn't have any corners? If it's like a cylinder.
Like a sphere.
Yeah, sphere. Panda on a sphere. You should change your nickname to that.
In a Zorb.
I heard about panda cubes. Now we hear about panda spheres. Okay.
Fun fact, pandas are omnivores. I looked that up.
Really?
Yeah.
What else do they eat besides
I don't
bamboo
know.
leaves?
Trying to figure that out right now.
If you don't know, you shouldn't speak up. Get your facts right, man.
I'm figuring it out right now.
Okay. Maybe they eat bugs, like bugs that live inside the bamboo leaves.
Maybe. It looks like they do primarily eat a vegetarian diet, but they are known to also be carnivores.
Like, yeah, if you put a steak disguised as a bamboo leaf, he's gonna eat the steak by mistake. That happens. We seem to have a full roster though, so we should be heading out to a draft relatively soon as both teams write that they are ready. And then you will not have to listen to us talk about pandas' eating habits anymore. Or you might, you never know.
Hopefully we'll be ready to go here in just a moment. Just waiting on our boy WB Green to put us into matchmaking so we can queue up.
Hit that start button.
Uh-oh.
Hit it like it's hot. Can pandas hit buttons? Probably they can, I guess.
Again,
I know cats definitely can. Have you ever seen those videos of cats where they ring the bell to get a treat? They trained cats to do that, and they keep ringing the bell to get an extra treat.
I haven't, but
Anyways.
in all honesty, I'm not really a cat person. I love cat videos, though. Cat videos are pretty cool.
You're in the internet. Of course you love cat videos. You have to love them. Otherwise, you wouldn't be on the internet.
See,
Anyways,
I'd
let's
rather have
talk
a boring
about
video.
bands. Let's talk about bands. The side of, is it
Magnus.
Electric Overload on the left? Yes, it's Electric Overload
yes.
on the left. They decide to ban Magnus, a wise ban in my humble opinion. The side of the pandas, they agree that they don't like cats, they prefer pandas, so they banned Sunfang the cat. I guess the other band is gonna be either Koshka or Glaive. Glaive is technically a cat, isn't he? So I'm waiting for that.
Well, he's a Grangor with Sunfang, so following your original logic, we might as well say Glaive.
Yeah. No,
Works
they go
out.
for Rez instead. They play mind games here. Mind games, I tell you.
Glaive is too scary to ban. If you ban Glaive, he'll kill you. So
Yeah. Sparky picking up the Celeste, very strong mid lane hero. He does light up that he's going top. I wonder if he's going to take the Celeste with him or just get another pick and swap out later on. The Maline getting picked up by the side of the Panda team. I don't know why I'm calling them Panda team. They're called Winter Fox, but I don't know.
They are now Team Panda, officially.
Yeah. And an amazing Panda isn't even playing. It's
what's up with that,
he
Panda?
Was subbed out. I feel so disappointed. Winter Fox is not. Winter Fox doesn't have the amount of pandaness that I would require to be properly fulfilled. They do have a Catherine and a Gwen though, which seems largely all right. And on the side of Electric Overload, it got picked up the Lyra and the Yates.
Actually quite surprised we didn't see a Finn picked into the Yates, just because Finn is so absolutely excellent at face tanking every Wolfsmaw in the game. But it is going to be a Celeste picked up on the side of Electric Overload. Scarf was banned away as well, so I'm interested to see how the opposition tries to deal with that Celeste damage. Kinetic, one we haven't seen yet in this tournament, but someone who has been pretty potent throughout, well, I guess her history of existence. She's been pretty strong.
Yeah, she's definitely tier A on the bot lane on this current meta. And she's still going to be top tier rate pick when the next update rolls out, according to the release notes. So stay tuned for that if you're a Kinetic fan.
I'm just excited to see the Glaive play. Gonna be honest with you here.
Yeah, definitely. Glaive is always fun.
Glaive, best hero in A.
Play and watch, yeah. Except when he misses the afterburn.
Easy, don't miss the afterburn.
Like you're in the lane, you see an opportunity, and you zoom in and you hit the minion, and the guy gets away.
That's so triggering, though.
That's annoying, let's say. Okay, so other people that I recognize Super KG or Super Kilogram. I don't know what you're supposed to say it. I think I've seen him around in other tournaments and stuff. I don't recognize anyone else though. So good luck, everyone. Have fun. Don't forget to buy your starting items and all that jazz. Seems that we will have Adagio going to the top indeed. He will be facing up against the Gwen. I would say Adagio has a little advantage early on, but on late game, Gwen should be able to get the upper hand.
Yeah, very early on, first few levels, first few items, Sparky should definitely have a little bit of an edge. But once Gwen gets into that first tier 3, the burst damage she's able to output is very easily going to start forcing Adagio back. He's not going to be able to out-heal what Gwen's able to do, so we'll have to be looking out for that.
First blood.
Very early first blood in the in the middle lane there. Celeste able to pick
and Lorak is still overextending. He wants to die as well. He wants to go along with his teammate.
It sure looked like it. It sure looked like it. But Lorak is going to be able to survive the punishment. Another supernova going to chunk away his health little by little. It is very important that Lorak does maintain his KC here early, or CS here early on in the game, because as Celeste starts to hit that level 8 mark, level 9 mark, she's going to have that extended range of the Heliogenesis, and it's going to become a lot more difficult for Lorak to participate in the fights and actually get the CS required to, come through with a strong Crystal Kestrel build.
Yeah, definitely. And also we have the issue that Lyra is there helping out Celeste to keep her healed up, while Kestrel doesn't have that help from the Catherine. So I definitely think that this mid lane duel is going to be in favor of the cat lovers of this world, not the panda lovers. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, we have a very struggling Glaive, trying desperately to avoid kinetic shots. Super KG is zoning him out on the other side. Here comes Nadli to get a kill onto Selburn. Will it be enough? Afterburn gets the kill. Good rotation from Aline there.
Yeah, excellent Glaive play there. I was starting to think at first, hey, good opportunity. Afterburn the Yates back in, but they foregone the captain / jungler and went with that solid kill onto Selburn on the kinetic, able to deny some CS that way as well. So excellent play coming out of those two. Maylene, excellent rotation down. Lots of early prioritization on the boots we've seen in these games. Maylene's already got the tier 2 boots rocking and rolling, and I expect to see others starting to follow suit here pretty soon as well.
Yeah, definitely. I'm taking a look at the mid lane where we see Cat Lover is very low on energy, definitely needs that Alcyon charger boots that we were talking about, but he's racking up some very good CS already in the lead against the Lorak in terms of levels. And it's only going to get worse. She gets that heal from Lyra that helps to keep her in the mid lane healthier for a little while longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Lyra just incredibly good at keeping her laner healthy, and that's going to allow Celeste to get to a really comfortable position. We do have two
another
in the top lane.
Oh, we have a dive on the bottom as well, like very low kinetic, but she should be fine now. Unless another afterburn comes online. And Super KG is also rotating, so make sure that nothing else is happening. A lot of lane activity early on, which is
Lorak
nice.
was able to pick up a kill just a moment ago on Cat Lover in the mid lane, so that's another kill on the board. 2-1, only about 1,000 gold between the two teams right now, so still anybody's game. Sparky here in the top lane has hit level 5 before the Gwen. Shadow TP, so let's see what they pull together here. Here comes the big stun from Catherine, but Shadow TP was not in range to really capitalize on it, not able to come through and get any damage onto Sparky, so great opportunity there that I think was just horribly missed by bad communication.
Yeah, definitely. They could have played that one better. Now they are...
Played themselves is what they did.
They played themselves into a corner, which they cannot return from. And then they decide to attack the shield of Catherine, her Storm Guard, which is not usually wise. This apartment as well. But meanwhile, we have a little bit of a skirmish. Malene is trying to get a kill onto this Celeste, and she does indeed get it. 3 kills. Like it. Love it. Give me more.
And we see Maylene has completed her tier 3 travel boots. We do have Lorak has completed the Halcyon Chargers in the mid lane here on the Kestrel. And we do have Celeste, Cat Lover, is working towards the
we might have a gang coming up on the bot. Here comes Natalie. She wants to land that stun, but gets stunned up herself by that annoying Yates. Gets... now it's a great Wolf's Maw, but not enough to get this kill. The rest of the team rotates back down and can't mess with the Kestrel. She's already starting to do some quite enough damage. The mid lane is left open for Celeste to push, though.
Yeah, it does appear to be the case. Can Celeste capitalize on it before anybody comes back? Nope, here comes the Kestrel. Ghostwing has officially landed. I don't really see either team having a entirely distinct advantage with that objective coming up.
Natalie in a bad position in the bot. She manages to escape. It's fine. It's fine. Please go on. I apologize.
Cat Lover did burn the Solar Storm there, trying to get the Catherine, unable to secure it. The stun just out of the range of that one shot, one kill. Cat Lover will survive. Was forced to use the flask to survive there. Does pick up the stun. No follow-up available. Now trying to pick up some CS here. Missing out on a couple of them, but overall doing a-okay. Should be getting a heal from Lyra soon, or just heading back to base and spending some of this 1,000 gold.
Those glimmer shots, so annoying. And Selburn is having a tough time here in the bot. I think they will recall now and leave this lot to the charge of Glaive.
Does appear to be the case. Glaive is appearing to be working towards the Sorrow Blade, so excellent item for Glaive. Keeps his damage high. The basic attack reset on the Cleave is absolutely excellent for dishing out heavy burst damage. Catherine working towards the fountain for their team as well, so good spot to be in. Meanwhile, we have Lyra working towards
Glaive is in a bad spot right now, but he afterburns away.
Glaive's never in a bad spot. You've got Afterburn, you're fine.
You just need some energy, and then
Yeah,
you're okay.
a lot of it. A lot of it.
I usually actually do that other item. What's it called? Spell sword, exactly. To keep, but then you don't dish out as much burst damage as you wish you could. So it's always a trade-off that you have to figure out. Yeah. Meanwhile, it seems that Shadow TP is going to steal some barrier tree ants here. Sneaky, sneaky. And we might have a fight coming up in the bottom. Solar Storm barely hitting anyone. And it seems that it's Lyra in the bad spot, forced to use the portal to get away. Super KG in the bad spot, gets stunned up. No, he gets stunned up in return. Afterburn, finish off that Yates. Actually, the kill goes to the side of Castrol.
Yep, Kestrel was able to pick that one up, but Shadow TP did pay with his life as well, so 2-for-1 trade-off there. Turret did go over in favor of Adagio, though, so keeping the game fairly even here. Still only about a 2,000 gold difference. We can start to see the massive amount of damage that Cat Lover is able to put out here on the Celeste, already chunking away Lorak at this point. No Solar Storm for 20 seconds. And the energy is also getting dangerously low. Shatterglass complete for the Celeste. Spell Sword did get complete for the Glaive instead of the Sorrow Blade, so definitely going with more of that utility.
He listens to me.
Utility
He's stream
and
sniping.
energy. Yeah. Stream sniping the caster. No, that's probably what he's doing anyway.
Might have an engage coming out here. Lorak getting stunned up. Can Ichi help finishing off? No, we can't. Glimmer shots raining down, putting the Cat Lover back to his position. Glaive seems to be a 1 versus 2 in the bot, but he's fine. He has that extra perk advantage that keeps him healed up. Taking a look at the top, we seem to have a 3-man rotation trying to get Sparky. Cannot leave land a stun. No, he hits the minion. You hate it when you hit the minion. I want the minions to get out of the way.
The worst part is it only happens when you need it to the least, right? Like,
yeah.
Usually works pretty good until you really need everything to just go smooth, and that's when it doesn't like to work.
A nice engage going on down here. Wolf Smog getting pulled, but the Afterburn keeping Glaive safe. And on the top, Malene is still trying to poke some damage onto Sparky, trying to push this lane in. Oh, Solar Storm putting Lorak very low, but not enough to finish him off.
Yeah, it's going to be a turret going over to Malene and a kill likely going over to Shadow TP, but Sparky in a decent spot. Oh, not able to get the last hit, but it looks like Lyra tried, but nope, that's not going to be a secure. It's instead going to be another kill going on to Nadley. Glaive is down in the bottom lane, running away from Super KG, will survive Kinetic's onslaught, but man, Catherine pretty low on health here in the mid lane too, with Lorak. Both of them have used their flask, but Lorax is coming back up. Stun on the
Lorax gets rooted up. Nope. No, she's fine. She just gets a one-shot, one kill to the face, or to the back, actually. But she's fine. I'm good. I'm just going home, healing my wounds. I'll be right back. Here comes a mad Glaive on the bot. And no, he was just for show. Just decided to pop the boots real quick. He prefers them in cooldown.
Well, fortunately, it's pretty low cooldown as long as you're hitting your enemies. It's going to be an Afterburn on a Cellburn coming through with the damage. It's going to be a Blood Song to fill it up. Lorak and Shadow TP, both dangerously low. In fact, Shadow TP falling in the mid lane. Cat Lover taking quite a few turret shots there, but in the
rotation.
The fun base snipe. Lorak picks up Celeste.
Rotation from Nadley now trying to clean up base, but Sparky doing so much damage forces Nadley to get away, but now he's stunned up, forced to use his ultimate, not fast enough to clean this up. But one member manages to recall back up. Now it's Yates that is in a bad position. Does he have his ultimate available? No, he doesn't. So he's in a very bad spot against the Glaive here. The ultimate not quite connecting there, and Super KG manages to get away. So lucky on that one.
He's able to get out with just a hair over 200 health. Glaive just heads right back to farming up his wave, looking to get it forced up as much as he can. Level 10 to level 9 on the kinetic. Meanwhile, looking at the Adagio here in the mid lane, trying to help out. Can they pick up the kill onto Catherine? So very close. There's the kill. They get one. It's still a 3-for-3 here in the mid. Maylene is here. One shot, one kill coming through out of Lorak. Gonna pick up the kill on Adagio. Glaive coming through. Big damage on the Celeste. It is going to be Lorak picking that one up as well. Maylene, can you clean it up? It is going to be the Gwen, however, cleaning up the kill onto Lyra. And now, man, what a lead what a lead Kestrel has started to help build for their team. 5-0-3, Lorak just dishing out damage.
But they don't seem to be capitalizing. Like, they don't go for the objective dragons in this case. They try to get some turrets out of it, but they don't really seem to go for the dragons. Like, I want some dragon action on this game. That's what it's missing. But very close team fights, and it's been very interesting to witness. I have another one coming up as this bottom turret is going squishly down. Here comes Lorak, and a wild Glaive suddenly appears. Will the Afterburn come up? No, yes it does, but in the wrong direction. Throws the kinetic. One shot, one kill, not connecting anything. Here comes the trap. 5-man rotated.
Glaive
down. Glaive's forced away after away.
Out. Lorak is dead to rights, though. First death on the board for him. Big shutdown for Celeste here. Cat Lover 3-4-1 right now. Yates is going to help pick up that turret there in the bot lane. Gold still about 4,500 in favor of the red team, but it's still realistically anybody's game.
Finally have a dragon coming up, but they're all very low though, so they need to be careful. If that mid rotates down, I think that will be too late though. Glaive is there, but with the Lyra protection there, we have a team fight coming out though. Yates dangerously low, he's already dead. Sparky is the next target in line for this Glaive, but he's doing so much damage, he manages to kill Maline off, uses coming to get away, and uses the ultimate. Not enough. This Glaive says no.
Glaive shuts all down, though. We should have seen that coming. But Ghostwing did go over to the side of Electric Overload. Didn't really, so far, get a whole lot of use out of it, but, we'll still got plenty of time left up on that counter for Celeste. So we'll have to see what she's able to pull together. Looks like Cat Lover is working their way up to the top lane at this point. Going to be getting some of this this lane farm, trying to get this Celeste into a hyper carry situation.
She did go for the Dragon's Eye as well, so similar to what we saw in the previous game. Definitely the NA doesn't like the Eve of Harvest meta, it seems. And she has been having a lot of trouble with energy. Now we might have a face-off between Shadow TP and Cat Lover up here, while the Solar Storm got ripped out across the map to the other side of the map. But Shadow TP starting to get those chunks in, but here comes Natalie.
No,
misses the one. You gotta get a trade at least out of this, I think.
I mean, you hope for it, right? Cat Lover just
Maline?
blew Shadow.
Come on, Maline. Come on, it's a cat. You can kill a cat.
Yeah, but it's also
my God.
a 3v1 now.
Oh, that was so bad.
Rough play
Feels
from
bad,
the side
man.
of Winter Fox. They're now down 2 members as Electric Overload actually are looking to maybe find a pick here on Lorak instead of trying to start out the Black Claw. Here comes Glaive, comes through the afterburn, picks up an easy kill. One shot, one kill is going to chip away at Lyra. Selburn has joined the team. Huge damage returned back onto Glaive. Yates comes through with a stun and even makes it out alive. Solar Storm rips through Lorak, but unable to pick up the kill. Everyone's going to make it out of that tussle aside from Adagio. But still anybody's game here. Stun coming through. Catherine just building up stacks. 32 all. We do have weapon infusion burning on both Adagio as well as Gwen.
Yeah, very nice team fights we've been having on this game so far. Very happy with the turnout of this game. Very even between both teams, even though there's a slight superiority for the side of Winter Fox. But the team fights have been very equalized. Let's see what they do for this Black Claw now. Might be stepping into the active camo trap there, but no, they managed to get away. Those glimmer shots. Super KG, not
One
really
shot, one
up.
kill. Almost hitting Super KG.
And Glaive is pushing the mid lane, so that's gonna force someone from the side of the blue team to rotate back to the mid. Castrol, meanwhile, recalls back home, so they won't have an opportunity to push up that dragon. Seems that they will take care of
rotating back down at this point, but Glaive is long gone. Does have that poison shiv, a little bit of sustain, a little bit of meditation of the healing that Lyra and Adagio
for the
put
Ghost
out,
Wing.
but the Ghost Wing is started up by the side of Electric Overload. Gwen is peeking over here, might know what's going on, but I don't think anybody can make it in time. That should be a free Ghost Wing going over to the side of Electric Overload. Now, oh man, Gwen could potentially be in a rough spot, but is going to skedaddle out of there.
Ooh!
Bad spot to be for that there. Catherine gets yanked in.
Very well timed.
Gets
Wolf
dropped.
Small. Catching one, and now they can just rotate and get start up the other dragon and have this clear advantage. Ooh, one shot, one kill.
Yeah, that's
Take
huge.
Chunk
That's-
out of that kinetic.
Yeah, that's Fountain and Crucible down on the side of Winter Fox. Black Claw has been started up. Only about a quarter health left. Not a lot the side of Winter Fox can do. Glimmer shots coming through, not quite in time though. They did. Oh, I thought they broke the camera of Kestrel there, but they are unable to pick up the kill. Ooh, Kinetic almost drops to that Glimmer shot. Meanwhile, Catherine just now walking her way off of the platform, as well with Lorak, who has went back to base. I'm actually interested to see that we don't have any cooldown built really so far on Lorak. Just straight damage. Shadow TP gets obliterated with Selburn there. It's now a 4v4. One shot, one kill comes through onto Lyra. Not the target we were hoping for. Glaive trying his best to dish the damage out onto Sparky. Look at the sustain coming through from the Bloodsong stacks paired up with the poison shiv there. Now it's Yates on the run. Lyra will make it out alive, as well as Cat Lover Celeste is very healthy, very energy full, and the Black Claw is dropped pretty easily by the side of Winter Fox.
A nice turnaround from Winter Fox there. Glaive really being the MVP of the game so far, in my humble opinion. I mean, Lorak has been doing his share of damage. Malene has been managing to do some stuff. Gwen also been pulling her weight, but this Glaive, just whenever he shows up to the team fight, he just clears house completely. So it's very interesting to see how the next team fights are gonna help up. Actually, it's gonna meet up with Lyra here on the bot, but they will just disengage, not letting this weapon tree and go to that Glaive, waiting for the rotation from possibly Kinetic. Taking a look at builds, it's curious to see that Super KG does have a little bit of damage as well. Is not a full support role player, so it does seem that he's doing proper jungle. We're having a team fight coming up now. A lot of glimmer shots raining down. Glaive doing a lot of damage.
Alone. That's a rough spot to be in. They do pick up the Yates on the other end though. Solar Storm rips through. Sparky taking massive damage, even though he's dealing out a massive amount of his own. In the end, it was Shadow TP picking. Oh well, it was Lorak picking up the kill, but Shadow TP doing a massive amount of damage to Adagio. The Malene is able to pick up the Lyra there as well, but they need to back off at that point because Cat Lover, one good Heliogenesis could have really put pain onto Shadow TP and Nodley there. They are starting up the Ghost Wing and should have it pretty uncontested. Celeste is running back. I don't know if she can make it in time. It's so close. No. Not quite. Just a second shy.
Ooh, and now the schedule might be able to catch her. She manages to catch her unaware there, and landing a few Heliogenesis trades off, and it's that we have. Shadow TP ruined the 1 versus 1. That was so shameful.
But teamwork. This is a 5v5 game, people. There's no honor in 1v1 if you lose it for your team, so just tag team them. It's fine. That is going to be a dead Celeste for the next 25 seconds, and that is going to be a huge hindrance to the side of Electric Overload. So we'll have to watch what they do to manage their time while they wait for their powerhouse to come back. Not a whole lot you can do with the Kinetic and the Adagio if you don't
Adagio might be overextending here, gets first down by the Gwen. Haste's Eye not quite connecting though, and he manages to get away to safety. One shot, one kill also
Yates
missing.
coming in though. Oh man.
Re-engage from the portal. Ooh, but active camo.
Is going to pull in. Solar Storm, field goals between the Catherine
Here comes the
and
Glaive.
Kestrel. Glaive is in. He's found his way to the backline. Huge damage paired up with the Gwen. That's
Get away, Cat Lover, get away! You're not doing anything there.
Your life as the pain train of Shadow TP and this Glaive come through. This should easily be a free Black Claw for the side of Winter Fox. And they do have quite a bit left to go through this mid lane here. They do still have 2 turrets and an armory between them and victory. But Glaive is forcing up that top lane. Bot lane is pushed as well. And the rest of the team is sitting here following and protecting Black Claw. Getting this first turret down almost in time to have Black Claw not have to stop for it. Glaive,
yeah, definitely some lane pressure here. All 3 lanes getting pulled in, and Celeste alone can do it. She has to wait and not get caught up in some nasty trickery. Yates trying to slow down the Glaive on top, not quite managing to do much. Adagio is already low on health, so is Celeste, and this might indeed be the last push. If this keeps going like this, we have a dead Yates. I don't think this is going to be enough. Solar Storm not quite picking up anyone. Only Catherine low there. We have another kill for the side of Gwen. This will indeed be the end of the first game. A very well close fought game between Winter Fox and Electric Overload. The win goes to the side of Winter Fox in the end. Very well played. For me, MVP was Glaive. I give the MVP award to Glaive.
I absolutely agree. Excellent play coming out of Winter Fox. I do wish they would have capitalized on some of their aggression early on. We did see quite a few times where they picked up kills or picked up an objective and didn't do anything with the rotations after. Yeah. I feel like they tightened it up a little bit in the game. Maybe a little just warm-up jitters going on. So they turned it around pretty well, though.
Yeah. So quite excited to see how the next game is going to be. If it's as close as this one, we should have a very interesting game. It seems that Selborn is going to be subbed out for the side of what's the team? Electric Overload. So let's see who steps in. Just a couple of minutes to get the sub, and we should be going into the next game of the series. 1-0 to the side of Winter Fox so far. Seems that it will be Willis 11 that will be joining this team roster for this second game.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if we can get their sub in, see who it is, see how that changes up their strategy moving forward as well, and see if it has a little bit of a different outcome on the game. But we do have the teams switch sides at this point. And it looks like Willis 11 is in the game, rocking and rolling, ready to go. Gonna pull out that Krull skin. Maybe not, but we can hope. And
well, considering the win rate on Krull, we probably don't want that. But you never know, he might be a Krull god, you know, and surprise us all. Have to wait and see. The game should be about to start soon. We go. Vainglory is trying to get a party for our party, or a match for our party. We are under draft.
In the draft. I expect to see pretty similar bans throughout the whole day, in all honesty. I don't think there's really anything
like
crazy.
a pedal?
I should not talk anymore.
What about the saw? Would you rather have a
Pedal
saw
and
band?
saw bands. Interesting. So they're just
Damn it! I went
In
to
all
see
honesty-
CP saw.
In all honesty, I think they're just throwing away bans at this point to just let more broke stuff through the draft. So
I would
I'm
never
okay
do
with that. If it gets us another Sanfeng in here, I'm all right with it.
Yeah, definitely.
banned.
No, Sanfang got banned. Cat lovers hating on other cats. Well, I guess cat lover knows the power of the other
Of the
cats.
sun thing.
Yeah. Reza getting picked up from the side of Electric Overload. Oh, no, from Winter Fox. I apologize. Winter Fox is on the blue side now. And it seems that Electric Overload will go for the Celeste, which is a strong pick. It's been doing its work on the previous games that we saw.
Yeah, Celeste has been pretty strong, but we also have a Reza coming through this time, and that's one that we haven't had a whole lot of screen time on, as he's lived a fair majority in the ban screens, but...
Yeah, and Reza is good to get into that backline and deleting squishy carries like Celeste, so he needs to be careful. But I mean, he's also up against Catherine, and Catherine does have that stun, which makes Reza pretty much a potato if he gets caught up in them. To round up things on the side of the blue team, we have Yates and Baron. Both of them very good picks, mostly for late game Baron, I believe. Let's see what Super KG goes for. He decides to go for Fortress. You want to dive against the dive?
Fortress is another
position?
one that we've seen banned a bunch today.
Yeah, they're going to try to make
Interested
it
to
work.
see it coming through. Yeah, see what the Fortress can do.
Get those mortal wounds going. Dive hard. Dive on. Dive through your opponent team. Break through Sovereign's Rise. And the Lance is getting picked up. I wonder if it's going to be a bottom lane Lance or not. Lorak decides to go for the Maline.
Maylene definitely been a little bit hit or miss today for me in effectiveness. You know, we definitely have seen some good Maylene play, and other times where, you know, it feels like something else could have been a better pick. But you know, I guess it all comes down to the situation. Every game is different, so we'll have to see how Maylene comes through this particular match. We do have a lot of damage on the side of Winter Fox coming through this game. And quite a bit of tank coming through the side of Electric Overload. So happy to see.
I'm curious how this Varia will work out. I'm expecting it will work out pretty decently. She's a pretty strong. I mean, it's not the first picks that you usually get on the mid lane, but she does pull her weight. So it's definitely going to be a nuisance, especially on the late game, when she starts dishing out a lot of damage and pairing it up with the Baron. It will be very hard to dive onto them and survive. So it's going to be all about position. Let's see how that works out for both teams.
The battle for Sovereign's Rise.
Just need a second to grab this water real quick, because mouth dry.
It sounds like you've been doing this for hours now. Anyways, we are on the Sovereign's Rise. And it seems that we will have the Reza on the top lane, which is usual for the Reza pickup. We have a little bit of skirmish already going on in the mid. Ishkirgostar needs to be a little bit more careful of that Wolf's Maw. Wolf's Maw can be deadly. A lot of wolf stuff this time, but it now gets stunned up. Karolsina needs to get away from that position. And now gets pulled back in. So a little bit of a trade between supports there. Trying to antagonize each other. All is fair in Love and War. I'm curious on this play that we will see coming up on the bot lane between Shadow TP on the Baron and Sparky on the Lance. Because the Lance can be a pretty good counter to Baron if he does what he just did. Impale the Baron before he has the time to use the jump jets, and then slam him with the Gythian wall against the wall. And if he has enough burst damage, or if the Baron's already slightly low, that will be good enough to kill him dead. If it would be to kill him alive, it would be a lot worse. Meanwhile, we have a skirmish in the mid. Flask getting popped. They're fine. They're good. Here comes a shark disguised as a fortress. I know he's really a shark, not just playing pretend. Doesn't really catch the team fight or the position that he would wish, and now that he's rotating back up, trying to get onto this Reza, but he also sees him coming. They do have vision on that forward bush. We'll clean him up now. So I guess we're going back to the bottom and see how Shadow TP handles the oppression of this Lance early on. He's doing fine. Lance is already rotating up, trying to catch Nadleaf off guard, but he does have a double buff, even though his teammates are quite low. Ooh, Wolf's Maw not quite connecting there, and now he's forced to use the boots. Get the hell away from there.
That was incredibly close for the Yates there, just barely able to make it out alive. A little bit of damage coming back through here onto Cat Lover, but he will make it out as well. Lorak not on the Kestrel this time around, has picked up the Mei lane, and they do pick up a kill on the Gwen up in the top lane. Excellent play out of the Reza. Again, Reza, one of those heroes that just has a absolutely monstrous performance in the early game on most of his appearances, actually.
I was quite amazed that Reza got a buff on the upcoming changes. Like when I saw that, I was like, "What? Really? He didn't really need that." And the buff was mostly for the early game, which was interesting because Reza. The only downside of Reza was that early game he wasn't that oppressive until he actually finishes his first item, and now all of a sudden it's not gonna even be that. It's just gonna be very hard to deal with. Which, well, I guess it is what it is. It is the meta. We have to deal with it. Here comes another stun. Some back and forth going on in the mid lane. Ooh, gets pulled in, and it's another kill. Well played by Karolsina there with that Wolf's Maw.
Yeah, able to pick up another kill here early on. It is going to be number 2 on the board. One going over to Maylene, one going to the Reza. And overall, good start again for the side of Winter Fox. They seem to be pretty in control right now. The rotations are good. Reza is on to Willis in the top lane again. A little bit of damage traded back and forth. Reza just absolutely aggressive here in the top lane.
Yeah, Will is missing some boots to be able to get away from the range of Reza there. I guess he has level 1 boots, but Reza just has so much extra, and now he's getting caught off again. Not enough to kill him off though. He's gonna recall, just make sure he's back up. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, we do have some oppression going on onto this turret. The Baron laying down his mortars, making his mark on the land. Nadli joining him to punish the turret. Ishkorgu, Ish, whatever you say the name like, tries to stun them up. The Impale not quite connecting. The Gythian wall puts the minions away. Should be a safe turret for now. Nice pull on the mid. Cat Lover in the bad position. He gets stunned up by that Yates. Can the Maline finish her off? That's the question. Can she? Yes, she gets rooted up. And indeed, we have that Celeste.
Yeah, Celeste is going to get dropped. Maylene can be incredibly devastating with that root if she's accurate with them, and definitely one of the things we've seen so far out of Lorac.
Gwen in a very bad position.
Yeah, Gwen.
3 members falling down on her.
Coming through.
Willis. That's not where you want to be. It's easier to recall to go shopping than to go 1 versus 3. Even rhymed and everything. Oh my god, I'm a poet.
Yeah, 4 on the board for the side of Winter Fox. Gwen is back on the board, though. She does almost have a tier 3 item built, so hopefully we'll see her get to that one soon. 35 KC to the 48 here going on Reza. Meanwhile, Shadow TP on the Baron, also right around that 40 mark. So overall, good farm coming out of pretty much everybody. Varya in the jungle is a little bit interesting to me. I'm gonna have to, I'm looking forward to see how that ends up working out. Varya, typically speaking, a very gold-dependent hero as opposed to level-dependent. So not really 100% on board with Varya, but maybe these guys are about to teach me something.
Yeah, I think it's more for the team fights to have that oppression on team fights. I don't think she's very good at ganking someone, but let's see if they manage to do something about it here. It didn't manage to kill the Celeste, so
oh my goodness,
I'm not convinced.
Reza just doing so much damage. Can he pick up the kill onto Gwen? That is another kill coming for Reza. 3-0 and
Willis really
having
struggling
a rough time.
here.
Yeah, Willis having a very rough time against the Reza in the top lane right now. But again, Reza. That's pretty.
Everyone has a hard time against Reza. I was checking that rotation from Lance. He might have they might do a pins movement on the red team, but they decided to go up against it. Now a nice rotation against that Maline. She gets stunned up, but Catlover is so low, and Carol Cena still has full of Solar Storm. Not quite connecting. Well, it connected, but not enough.
Not doing quite what they wanted it to. Right, exactly.
Yeah. Needs more crystal bits, Needs more crystal bits.
If you're a Celeste, you always need more crystal bits.
Have all the crystal in the world and you still would want more. It seems that it was the Baron that won the face-off in the bottom, though. He's 1 level ahead of Lance already. So it's interesting to see how that will evolve. I mean, Baron can only get worse as things go. Get more and more oppressive. Is now trying to do some damage onto the Celeste, but gets rooted down. Now gets Ishii is there, but he's only using the Storm Guard. Not enough to keep someone in check. Here comes Super KG, tries to do something, but Carol Cena manages to root. Ooh, 3-man in fail. Very well played from Sparky one there. Not quite enough to finish people off. Everyone's so low, but Cat Lover decides to recall back home, and it's Sparky that gets pulled in. Baron's still not doing enough damage. I think he needs his second item, or actually usually you need 3 items to start really putting the punish on if you're playing the Baron.
Yeah,
Carol Cena and Lorac might be overextending. Here comes Super KG. He falls on Carol Cena instead of Lorac, though. She's just gonna get rooted. Solar Storm picks up the kill against Maline. Very well placed. And now it's another kill.
Gates dying as well, as Cat Lover and Super KG are able to clean up that one in the mid lane. Now Celeste has some time to get onto this mid turret. Oh man, Varya, I didn't even notice, picking up a kill there in the bot lane with the Baron. They did secure that turret down there as well. But as far as the mid lane goes, it's going to be a turret going over to Cat Lover. But man, Reza, the terror coming through, picks up a kill onto the fortress. Varya comes through, finds another one onto Catherine, and now Cat Lover on the run, popping the boots and all just to get away to safety.
Yeah, and I just hope Willis doesn't overextend here, otherwise it's going to be 1 versus 2, and that's not where you want to be when you're already behind on levels. Might have an engage on the mid, no, so Cat Lover is just farming away, watching his crystal tree and get robbed away from him. And Nadley is here to put down some pressure. Here, take what's it called? Damn, I don't remember.
I wish
that
I knew.
arrow from Never mind, we have a team fight going on. Ultimate Cannon, Reza doing a lot of damage. All members going down.
Man.
It seems that the red team is in very
Super
bad.
KG taken immediately off. Wolfsmaw coming through, picking up one onto Catherine. That one gonna go over to Reza. Lance and Celeste have found their way onto Varia's life points and take it down. But they need to get on out of here. Lorax still quite healthy along with the Reza. And they're gonna go ahead and be looking at starting up this Ghost Swing.
Okay, so what I was trying to say before this whole hell broke loose around this dragon was the Varia Stormforged Spear. That's what I was trying to say. Anyways, let's see if Celeste manages to get here in time. I don't think she will. She does not indeed. Sparky misses the Impale though, so he's in a very bad spot. He's about to go very low, gets pulled in with the Wolfsmaw, and he's just dead. So, nice work on that using... Oh, another engage! Cat Lover is forced to run back. Here comes the Solar Storm, not quite connecting with anyone though. And now it's Reza that is in trouble.
Looking for the kill, picks up the one onto Reza. And that's a pretty good shutdown for them to pick up. Unfortunately, it wasn't on one of their hard carries, but still left. Wolfsmaw landing on the Catherine again, pulling her far enough out to be in danger. Not quite sure yet if they can pick up the kill. They are chasing quite far, though. Overpower not quite going to hit the mark. But here comes another Wolfsmaw picking up. There's the Crucible used by the Catherine. That's a pretty rough one. Fortunately, no changes yet to the cooldown on those abilities, so still just a little bit over a minute.
Look at the health on Lorak. It's like one tick away from dying from that exchange that he had with Celestial Beyond. Another Wolfsmaw connecting into Super KG is forced to pop the flask to stay alive. And now it's Yates on a very bad position. He's forced to use the ultimate to get the hell away from there. Ultimate from Baron doing a lot of damage to Cat Lover though.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. Super KG is down once again. 14 kills on the board here early on for Winter Fox. And, it's starting to look more and more in their control. The gold is, however, not that far apart. I mean, we're sitting at just a little bit over 4,000 gold in difference. And, looking at the builds, there's not a ton of advantage. We do have the Fountain complete on the side of Winter Fox, but we do have the Crucible complete on Electric Overload. So just a little bit of a different build
Yates
path.
getting cut out. He does indeed go down well picked up by Sparking Cat Lover there in the mid. And we seem to have a disconnect from Natalie. He's just sitting there in the jungle. They see him, they don't respect his offline. So it's gonna be a dead Varia. Ooh, Celeste almost going down there from Reza. He wants the piece of them, uses the ultimate, try to finish her off. He does indeed manage to do that. And now it's Gwen that is in a bad position. He's forced to go back. They are starting to give chase. No war treads, apparently. But Catherine will still go down in this exchange. Let's hope Varia returns to the game. Otherwise, it's going to be... Otherwise, it might be a turnaround and Winter Fox starting to lose their early game advantage.
Yeah, definitely could be a hindrance very, very quickly. Ghost Swing back on the map now. I'm unsure if the side of Electric Overload know that this is going on, but they definitely have number advantage right now. It is, however, the side of... oh boy, why am I drawing a blank? The side of Winter Fox picking up the Black Claw there, so they do have that little bit of an advantage with their push. They really need to capitalize on it. That's the other question. And this might even be where they're able to notice that the Varia is a little bit MIA at the moment. Maybe not though, because here's Maylene picking up a kill onto Catherine. Sparky also getting dangerously low, just making it out of the way of that ion cannon. Lorak doing a little bit of damage out to Cat Lover. Is going to have to use that Wicked Escapade out though, and Black Claw is down as well, so they may just have to make their way on out of this fight. Gwen has picked up that Tension Bow finally to go with her Sorrow Blade.
Yeah, we're a bit lucky that Electric Overload didn't chase them back, but as you were saying, the Varia being missing on those team fights is really critical. How will they be able to keep pushing with one member short? They still have the advantage, but unless Varia returns, it's going to be very hard. I mean, just releasing the ultimate from Varia and then going back to AFK would be already a team fight changing moment for that. But with an AFK player, it's going to be rough. It's going to be really rough. And it's sad because they were winning the game so far. So
Yeah, they absolutely were. So hopefully they can reconnect or figure out whatever is going on their end. We're obviously a little bit too far in the game to have a restart. So players again once responsible for their own connection. 18-6, still a building lead on the side of Winterfox right now, though.
yeah, Ghostwing is up. So both teams zoning it out, but they are 4 versus 5, so they need to be careful. They can't really... They're waiting for a mistake. Here comes Malene. She tries to do something, ends up looting that catchment, not the target you would hope for. The ultimate from Baron hitting 3 people, though. Nice exchange. And they force the recall. Will they go for the Ghostwing? Yes, they will. They need to be fast.
Definitely have to be quick about
and
it.
Red team have vision, so they know it's happening. Will they reach there in time?
Lancer's here, not able to clean it up though.
Yeah. Now
So
they just decide to rotate.
Rough spot to be in if you are the side of Electric Overload, but that is going to be a turret getting taken in the top lane there by the minions. So Reza is going to clean that out and try to get that gold into his pocket. Lorak here in the mid lane with Carol trying to get some gold for themselves as well. But it's a team rotation coming out of the side of Electric Overload. They're looking to get onto Shadow TP. Unfortunately, the Impale just a little bit short from Sparky there. And that is
no Impale, no
making
fun.
it out alive. Correct. Gotta land that Impale if you want to pick up that kill.
Yep. And now the rest of the team rotating down. Only Reza. Oh, Malene in a bad spot though. She ends up getting taken away, and now it's even worse for this team. Ultimate not quite enough to finish off Willis. So very rough position. Electric Overload taking advantage of this misposition of Malene. How did Malene end up there? She was trying to go to shop or something. Is Reza putting a ton of hurt to this Lance, but he knows that the rest of the team is right there, so he decides to back off. And Electric Overload will rotate. If they are smart, they will rotate immediately and do the Black Claw. They might want to push up the lane first, though. Lance decides to recall, so they probably won't go for this Black Claw right now.
Yeah, it looks to be pretty much all they have going for them. Unfortunately, Varia still MIA. Where did you go, Natalie? But still
Come back,
surprisingly,
Natalie. Come back.
still surprisingly feels like they have control of this game, even despite being down 1, which is just going to show how good some of these players are.
Shell TP, a bit overextended. It doesn't get rooted though or stunned, so that's okay. Reza trying to get his healing camp. He only gets one of the minions. Actually, he didn't get the other minion. It was the red team that got that. But yeah, Electric Overload still very in the defensive, like they are afraid to engage even 5 versus 4. And meanwhile, Malene takes the opportunity to push the lane, try to get this mid turret, forcing a rotation from the side of Electric Overload. Now she gets get the hell away from there. She uses the boots. Everyone uses the boots. It's a boot popping moment on Sovereign's Rise right now.
Sometimes it's just what feels right. You just pop the boots.
Yeah. I'm bored. Let's pop some boots. Let's go back to my place and pop some boots. We might have
It does look like yeah,
better position.
does look like Electric Overload are starting to try to be a little more aggressive.
Nice
It's a good
reflex
reflex block on the Wolf's Maw. Big stun coming out of Catherine. Can they find anything to follow it up? They cannot. Solarstorm's gonna rip through. Oh my god, the damage coming through, blowing Reza off the map. Here comes a big Impale, gonna bring down Yates as well. That's 2 down, only 2 to go. Wait, hold on. Varia's back! Varia's back! Team! Varia
I thought he
comes
wouldn't
through.
do this.
I was about to say only 2 left, and I'm like, wait a minute, there's 3 blue people left. What's going on here? Varia is back. But
She's doing her damage, but not enough to kill someone off. She might be able to kill someone here on this engage, but she's 1 versus 4. Needs to be really careful not to get stunned up. Here comes the Celeste trying to get her, and the Lancel tries to get her. No damage distributed though. Gets rooted up, stunned up, slammed up. She gets everything up, and Baron also tries to get a piece of the Celeste. Almost kills her, does get the kill, but does not get the Dragon. Dragon for the side of Electric Overload. Reza might clean house here, though. Baron cleans up Lance first, and now only Catherine and a recently resuscitated Fortress are back here. So this game is probably back in the lead for White Fox now that for Winter Fox now that Nadley is back in control of that Varia.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be a clean up on the last team fight now that they had Varia back. They're easily going to be able to take down the Black Claw here. In fact, they were able to take it down before even losing out on that turret. And I love the camera angles on the spectator client, by the way. Just so good. You can get right in there. But anyway, with their 5th member back, we'll have to see if the side of Winter Fox can pull things back together. They are working on the Ghost Wing here. It looks like it's going to be pretty uncontested. And that is going to go over.
I was hoping for the Solar Storm.
Close.
Close,
So
but no
close.
cigar.
Epic try, Cat Lover. Just a split second too late. But
Yeah,
you know, this game's definitely not over. Definitely not over. We've got a lot of life left. Both teams fighting pretty hard for this one.
Yeah, they might be overextending a little bit on the bottom here, considering they are 3 versus 4. And now Gwen recalls, so there will be 5 members from the Electric Overload, but it seems that Winter Fox is already regrouping as well on the mid, and they do have the buff, so they will be able to push a little bit more this turret and maybe contest this engage coming up. They're dividing themselves though. Here comes the little Wolvies from Super KG, not doing much damage though.
Not doing much damage and not even creating a window for engagement there. It's a really rough spot.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, 50 seconds, it'll be up again. Maybe they can hold off, maybe they can't. Maybe they'll just find a better fight in general. But here, it looks like Reza is in for 5-4. Big Githian wall coming out of Sparky. It's going to be a lot of damage dished out onto the Catherine, but it's Reza finding 2. Now Sparky and Cat Lover are going to be on the run. Definitely no way Catherine makes it out of here alive. Wicked Escapade going to help Lorak get into a... well, almost get into a position where he could get some damage down, but instead gets killed. Wolfsmaw over the wall, gonna pick up Celeste. Shadow TP comes through, finds 1, finds 2 more. Ace for the side of Winter Fox. And they are going to be able to push in very easily into this turret as well as the armory. They very well might. We're pretty late in the game. Death timers are pretty long. It looks like they might be backing off. They might not be. Who knows? It looks like they're pretty back and forth. Looks like they want armory and then out.
Baron wants to farm first. Don't end the game.
Like they want armory and out. So they're going to go ahead, pick up that armory, get themselves some super buffed minions. And Baron is going to go back to doing Baron things, taking away all of the minions very quickly.
But the area damage that happened on that team fight, like the ultimate from Baron left everyone from the red team in half health, and then Reza came in just cleaning everything up with his ultimate as well. Really cleaning up house. Very well played from the side of Winter Fox.
Oh, absolutely agree. Reza was an absolute monster there. Lorak did fall on the Lorelei, but I feel like it was almost a little bit of a bait to get the Celeste to come back.
Carol Cena in a very bad position here. He might be paying with his life very dearly. No, he manages to get away. I think that was a bit of a bad call from the side of Electric Overload not to chase him down. They would definitely have advantage on that team fight there. But they decided to play on the side of caution, and they wait for another mistake eventually coming. Lorak trying to guess there, a stun, guessing the wrong side.
It does appear we have everybody moving back into the mid lane here. We do have a bit of defense built here on the Celeste, at least the Slumbering Husk. Gwen has finally finished a third offensive item in that break point. Big fight breaking out. Big damage down onto Lance very early on. Celeste gets taken down on that backline as well. Catherine and Reza very easy to get onto that backline. It's going to be a Meline and a Baron picking up kills as well. There's the back-to-back ace for the side of Winter Fox, and that is looking to be game 2 victory for them as they close it out.
Yeah, that the Varia, you could tell the Varia difference on this last team fight. She really helped clean up house and chase down those last elements that were missing. Well played from both teams. It seems that Electric Overload will carry on this tournament on the loser side of the bracket system, and Winter Fox will be moving on to the next matchup, which probably will be tomorrow. I don't think we have any more games scheduled for today, or do we? Let me check real quick. W Green saying that we will have a giveaway for an Athena Varia after this match, so we should be opening sometime soon. I'm not sure if we have any more games or not lined up for today. We'll have to
know right
check.
now.
We have two more
for
games
today.
apparently. So we're in for a treat. But before that, we have an Athena Varia.
Casters clearly can't count. So we should be getting that giveaway going. I'm trying to check for you guys if it's up right now.
The next fight we have next will be Miku Atsune versus Final Chapter. So that game is going to be coming up next. We already saw Miku Atsune playing earlier today. And Final Chapter got a couple of buys on this tournament. Got a forfeit from Nula A and a forfeit from, a non-existent team. So 2 forfeits allow them to move all the way up to meet up against Miku Atsune. Next game that is coming up right after the giveaway that just opened. Use the exclamation mark or raffle if you want to get that Athena skin. I would highly advise you to get it.
Yeah, lots of good skins coming out recently with the Vainglories. Fully approve. And it does look like we have the raffle working. Hence all of the spams in the chat. So make sure you guys go ahead and enter. We've got the Athena Varia skin for you right now. I think we also have a Sanfang giveaway coming up, and then I think there's one more W. Do you remember which one it is?
Something else.
I know
I could take a look. I could cheat the Dragon Master Catherine skin. That's what
Dragon Master Catherine, yeah. Because we did the feathered skin earlier. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Just working on getting some players in here for you guys. And we will get the ball rolling on our next set of matchup games. We have 2 more matches for you tonight. Best of 3s. It's going to be... Again, for anybody that may have missed it, it is going to be Final Chapter up against Miku Hatsune. And we have... We did see Miku Hatsune play earlier, and they had an absolutely dominating performance. So we'll have to see if they can bring that same fire to their matchup here with Final Chapter. I believe Final Chapter...
It wasn't fire, because when he played Scarf...
of a game.
When
it was
he
ice balls we put the rocks in the middle.
Yeah.
I forgot. You're right.
Yeah, so it wasn't fire. You can say bring the fire. That's wrong. Dominic, get your facts straight.
Bring the icy flame.
Bring the ice storm to this place. Anyways, everyone gets a ticket for the raffle. You get a ticket, you get a ticket, you get a ticket. Everyone gets a ticket. You all have a chance to win this giveaway of the Athena Varia. It's going to start rolling soon, so make sure you get yours. It's free. You just have to type exclamation mark raffle.
It's actually another very, very well done skin, to be honest with you. That and it's Ares variant, just pristine like it.
I'm sorry, I muted myself because I'm eating cookie while we wait. I
Hey,
apologize.
that's fine, man. That is fine.
We're waiting for some people to join. We already have the team of Miku Watsune, so we're waiting for the other guys. For the guys from Final Chapter, let's see if we can take a look at the team roster from Final Chapter. I believe it's Moons Umbra, Mizuke, Ethan, Untold, Luke, and Dance. Then Z with 3 Z's because he fell asleep at some point.
Yep. So it looks like we are... Nope, Suki. Wrong place to enter the raffle, Suki. Dang it.
Yeah, I want to win as well, so I'm going to enter as well.
Caster's definitely excluded from winning, by the way.
Oh. It's okay. With all the ice that I'm getting from casting this, I will be able to buy the skins straight out. I'm going to be rich. Filthy rich.
Ideally. Everybody wants to be filthy rich.
Yeah. I mean, you don't always have to be filthy rich. You can just be extremely rich sometimes. That's okay as well, right?
I mean, I guess to an extent, but like really rich is rich. Like if you've hit the point that you call yourself rich, then you're good.
Oh,
that matters.
Benzo on the chat says that I sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I didn't even start doing my Arnold Schwarzenegger accent.
Oh boy.
Get to the chopper. Ah, they're trying to kill me. Now you can say I sound like Arnie. I'll be back. I'll be Mozart.
Benzo, why did you do this to
team
us?
from Final Chapter. We need to conclude this game. Get to the chopper. Ah! We have 2 members in, Moons Umbra and Untold. We are anxiously awaiting for the rest.
3 more to pick up for the side of Final Chapter.
People are asking, why is Miku Watsune playing? Well, they won the previous game. I can give you a short summary of the tournament. Actually, I think we have like a link. We can just show the link. I think I can paste it here if I'm not censored. Yes, please refrain from posting a link. So I can't do that, but WB Green or Sylvia Renee will probably post the link at some point for the tournament URL where you can see the people who passed, who won the matches and passed to this later. It's not final stage, it's like semi-finals of some sort on the winner's side. So yeah, you can check that. You will see that Sinister 6 lost against Crunch Time. I believe it was a forfeit. And Miku Atsune won against Crunch Time. We covered that game here live for your viewing pleasure. Then we had a Final Chapter versus Null. I believe that was a forfeit as well.
That was the one that Grace didn't connect.
Oh yeah, that was unfortunate. So we actually covered the game. Just unfortunately, they ended up losing because of a player disconnect. Then we had Final Chapter against a forfeiting team. And on the bottom side, we had the Young Avengers that won Slightly Tilted because Slightly Tilted were so tilted that they didn't even show up. So that's extremely tilted, not slightly tilted. They should, in the very least, rename their team name. Unless they didn't show up because of other reasons besides being tilted.
They weren't tilted until they lost. That's what I'm going to go with. That at least keeps their honor of being tilted alive.
Oh, wait. WB Green says that I can enter. I want the raffle, then. I want the raffle. I want people to say that it's rigged. I received 1 ticket. Yes. I hope it's rigged in our favor, WB Green. Hint, hint. Nudge, nudge. A wink of an eye. No pressure. So as I was saying, if you take a look at the rest of the brackets, Young Avengers won against Slightly Tilted. They went up against Team Kudi offline, I believe, and Young Avengers lost that one. And then on the last matchup, we had Electric Overload that won against Farfet, and then they went up against Winter Fox, which we just covered. So they will be facing against Team Kudi, or Cuddy, whatever the hell you're supposed to say it. So yeah, WB Green is assuring everyone that the draft is not rigged. Well, if I lose, it's definitely rigged. I'm already gonna write rigged, so I can type it in as soon as the winner is announced. It's appalling that we have raffles that are not rigged.
Oh boy.
I feel so tilted right now. Not just slightly tilted, but extremely tilted.
Super tilt.
Super tilt. I feel like a pinball desk.
All right, looks like we're just getting one more person brought into the game, folks, and then we will get you some more Vainglory action for your viewing pleasure. I'm definitely in need of some more tea, though.
Oh, Dan's just arrived. I think we will be heading into the draft. Let's go! Deploy, deploy, deploy! Get the game on! Get to the chopper! You don't understand. They're trying to take my tortillas. Ah!
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Indeed.
All right. Looks like we're getting into the draft. We did get to see both of these teams draft earlier, including what I remember to be a super sweaty all-captain game. So we will see if we get any more of that
do
today.
that again. That would be interesting.
I feel like that's a good second game strat, not a good first game strat.
First play normally, and then you can do the real thing.
Yeah, get yourself some fallback room, and then play all captains.
Then troll the hell out of your opponent, because otherwise it wouldn't be fun. Apparently the giveaway will be called after the draft, so stay tuned to prepare your rigged comments so you can type enter as soon as you see. Oh, and Blanks is a new trolling technique. He didn't draft at all. Maybe he's actually in the bathroom this time.
Maybe he's still in the bathroom from earlier.
Yeah, maybe. This reminds me that I wanted to go to the bathroom and I didn't. So I think I will take this wonderful opportunity. Can you cover for me?
I got you, man. I definitely got you.
Thank you so much. Be right back, guys.
All right, team. We are queuing back into our 5v5 private draft because, you got to queue for these things. But looks like we have... let me pull up teams. Miku Hatsune is going to be on the A side. So we will have them drafting and banning first, and they will be up against Final Chapter on the B side. So Fortress taken off the board here very early on. That is by the side of Miku Hatsune. And to answer back, the Sanfeng already taken off by the side of Final Chapter. So not wanting to see any of the Sanfeng today, Final Chapter said. We also have a couple other big picks on the board, like the Finn, the Churnwalker, the Reza, that all typically do like to get banned. Actually, we haven't seen too many Churnwalker bans, but definitely worth a ban if need be. Yates is now going to be taken off by the A side. And moving on over to the B side, with the Sanfeng off, you could definitely pick off something like the Reza. You could pick off a... the Celeste, you could, you've got options, but it is going to be the Magnus. They're deeming that Magnus is the scariest of all of the mages, and it's going to be a Adagio locked in first for the side of Miku Hatsune.
Okay, I'm back. Thanks for covering.
Welcome back.
It's sad that we won't have Magnus on game. We haven't had a
Sanfeng.
Magnus on game so far.
We're not getting any Sanfeng this game either.
No Sanfeng, no Magnus. What is life worth living for if we don't have a Sanfeng and a Magnus or a Magnus on the Sovereign's Rise? I feel so depressed right now. Anyways, we do have an Adagio being picked up from the side of Miku Hatsune, which is a nice little pick. It has a good support role, gives that extra healing for your mid lane mage. And from the side of Final Chapter, we have the Reza, which is very strong right now, and Scarf. So looks pretty good so far. See how they round things up.
Yeah, absolutely. Scarf, a huge pick for Fez earlier on, absolutely dominated. So I like that they were able to take that away from him. But it is going to be a Maylene locked in with the Adagio. And for pick 3, we will likely be looking into a captain slot here, I would think. Or maybe even just secure that Celeste to make sure you don't have to go up against the Scarf and the Celeste. But looks like we're hovering over the Finn at this point.
Yep, it's really going to be the Finn. In the end of all things, let's see what Mizuke goes for. And I guess you would want to pick the bottom carry at this point. You no need to get your support. It's already been picked out by the opponent team. So they tried to decide between the Gwen and the Baron. They end up going for the Gwen. I think both would have worked, so it's fine. It's fine.
Absolutely likely to see some captains coming out from the side of Final Chapter here, but maybe not. Maybe just go straight into the Jewel for the Deeps. The tanky Deeps. Does look to be the case.
Might be doing too much CP though, but we'll have to see. It's a little bit easier to itemize against if you're having 3 CP carries, but we'll have to see how it works out. Meanwhile, we have the Grumshaw picked up from K-pop is trash. I do like
Grumshaw one we haven't seen a whole lot of.
Yeah, so definitely going to be interesting to see him. I hope he's on the top lane. That's his best position. Or the jungle.
Jungle's also pretty good. Yep. Jungle be pretty good because Stormguard banner pretty OP, but that's fine. It's a jungle item. Let's do it. But we do have the final lock-in is going to be the Lyra coming through from Final Chapter. Fez is going to be picking up the Celeste. So going to be interesting to see how they play this one out. Fez did play top lane the Scarf last time. Celeste typically more of a mid lane hero, so we'll have to see if they just switch lanes. Oh, nope, Fez ended up switching to the Grumpjaw, so very likely going to be that top lane Grumpjaw you were talking about. So hopefully we'll get to see if that does or does not work out. But we will have the Dragons versus the Witches.
I was paying attention to the chat where WB Green just won the raffle. So
Why?
you can legitimately call it rigged this time. He says it's going to rig, so let's see. I mean, it's random number generator. He can't mess with Streamlabs. He doesn't have access to it, but he's going to re-roll anyways.
His own raffle.
He was just testing, I guess. Or he really wants the skin. Anyways, we're in the Sovereign's Rise for this match. I do love the hat on this Grumpjaw. Very festive. Brings me memories of my own Christmas. Seems that Reza is going to do a little jungle invade action going on here. Dajio is in the lane, oblivious to what's happening to his weaponry end.
Yeah, a little bit of a different rotation coming out of Reza. But it's working. Smart. He's getting free jungle.
Yep. Love free jungle. Everyone loves free stuff.
The freest of free jungle. He's even got himself some vision down. What you doing at this point, Reza? You gonna wait for the juke? Can he get the Maylene? This is the real question here.
Why is he
have the weapon buff? What are you doing?
I don't get why didn't he engage earlier? He just wants to steal it.
He just wanted the snipe. Just wanted the snipe, and he got it. So
Yeah, it
works
worked.
out-
Good job,
works out
Ajani.
well for him.
And he
Oh man, and the
dodged.
dash out of the core collapse. What a
Check
what a
out the
baller.
skills on Ajani. Mad skills indeed. Other than that, it's a very common early game. I mean,
that was some pretty good Reza play. Not gonna lie, some 3,000 IQ ish going on there. Got the gold oak, got the weapon buff, got his own gold oak. Now he's gonna be able to come back level 3 and help the mid lane out. He is definitely a champion of all champions. Suki, run for your life.
Ooh, Finn solo there. That's gonna
And
stay
just
alive.
barely able to make it out, but the confidence in not using that healing flask. Good job, Dashes.
Who needs healing flask when you can bait your opponents to dive under the turret now?
That is correct too. That is also correct. Looks like Mizuki on the rainbow scarf you were talking about earlier. How adorable you think that skin is, even though it's a cat.
Yeah, that goes a bit against my beliefs because it's not a panda, so I shouldn't really like it. So you're right there. Maybe we should talk about the lineups that we have on each different lane. The Adagio versus the Jewel on the bot and the Grumpjaw versus the Gwen. I would definitely put the advantage to the Grumpjaw on top, even though a well-skilled Gwen might be able to keep away from the Grumpjaw.
Definitely going to take a little bit of time to build up any actual threatening damage to the Gwen, as long as she tries to better balance out her energy conservation so that she has a skedaddle readily available for any kind of gank attempt. She should be okay.
Yeah.
Down in the bot lane, the Adagio versus the Jewel. We kind of saw it earlier. It starts off with Adagio typically having a little bit better CS, having a little bit better harass potential, but then as time grows on, Jewel's Thunder Strikes become more and more punishing, so we'll have to watch how Jewel grows through these matches. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, we've just got a pretty much constant battle between trying to get CS both on the Scarf as well as getting it onto the Celeste, and as of right now, Scarf a couple CS up, and that is a pretty good start for him, because Scarf typically a little bit more difficult to land those last hits on. Early
Yeah.
on.
Nice stun now by Celeste there, putting Mizuki half health, but not enough to finish him off. Fine. Meanwhile, on the top,
he's got
Reza
the
might
Lyra.
come here, do a little damage onto Fez, force him to run away. Maybe even have the A available. Ooh, so low, Fez. Ay, 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 ay. That's good. We're good. Just recall back home.
Yeah,
Actually,
Fez just barely making it out there. This should be a pretty good opportunity for Johnny and Moons to at least push this wave up and deny Fez the CS. He's too low to actually come in and contest. They should
You
be
have
able
two
to
members
just keep it
rotating
forced
up, though,
but-
trying to get
Yeah.
Johnny.
Oh boy, man, can they make it out? The skedaddle was used, core collapse. That's going to be a dead Gwen. Ajane is not going to be able to recall there right in front of Finn. Maybe he can this time, though. Nope. Finn coming through, just wasting on the time. And Reza going to have to sit here and hold this turret at this point. Scarf returning to the lane has his Halcyon Chargers, as well as Celeste coming back with her Halcyon Chargers as well, both tied on CS. Adagio, quite a mountain ahead of this Jewel right now, as we see a 35.
Suki might be out of position here. No, she managed to get away.
Yes, he will be A-okay.
Run a little
Mountain
bit.
Turret is picked up by Blanks, so 2-0 on the scoreboard for the side of Miku, as well as almost a 4,000 gold lead. Actually, just a little over 3,000 gold lead for them as well. So good start for them, and again, this Celeste, Suki was absolutely dominant in the first game we saw them in. Fez was on the Scarf, but has showed some pretty decent skills here on the Grumpjaw, looking for another kill onto Moon.
Grumpjaw 1 versus 3.
But he can jump walls.
I don't think. Yeah. So we're 1 versus 4 then.
Now it's Scarf. Yep, that's going to eventually be the end. But a lot of time wasted by the enemy team to pick up that kill. Moons is going to be able to clean up the jungle, though, as well as Johnny was almost able to pick up a kill onto Suki. That flash has been used, as well as Lyra's heal.
Ooh, Solar Storm,
Oh.
not quite the right position.
So close.
Now they will be able to put down some pressure here on this mid lane. Or just clear up the wave and then rotate back down. We got 2 man versus 1 against this Jewel. Dance is forced to use those jump jets over the wall that sometimes doesn't let you jump over the wall, so we got a bit lucky there. Not getting
There's a
stuck.
eat coming from Grumpjaw onto the Gwen here in the top lane. Moon's Umbra, dangerously low, but an
Get the kill!
excellent
Get the kill!
rotation from
Get the
Ajani.
kill!
Can he get it? So close! Moon's Umbra gonna make it out alive. The team coming to the rescue. Celeste also able to pick up a kill in the mid lane onto the Scarf. A root onto
red
the
button.
Jewel, big red
Not
button,
quite finishing up.
clipping Suki just a little bit. Not quite enough to get the kill, but here comes Luke to try to help sustain this mid lane. Can they do much about it? Scarf is back up. Scarf is on the way. Celeste is on their way back to platform, but with a good
the
rotation
turret.
from Blank, they're going to pick that turret up. But Reza able to take the opposition in the top lane.
Yeah, Reza really taking advantage of his early game invades and getting up himself some kills, and they managed to avoid the Grumpjaw doing that counter. Now we have another engage going on in the mid. Reza using his ultimate, burninating through the land. Here comes a wild Scarf, manages to get 2 kills, or well, 2 people down enough to count as a support kill. Good enough for Mizuke. He's happy with that.
Yeah, it's pretty good start here for the Scarf, being able to clean up those kills, get a little bit of extra gold in his pocket. He's sitting a little bit below Celeste at this point, but they are going for the Ghost Wing capture. Celeste knows it's going on. Meline, K-pop is here. They know what's going on. It's almost captured. Who is going to pick this one up, or will it be fully abandoned? That was a rough call by the side of...
Nice stun there. Gwen die. Big red button
coming through, but it's
secured.
Finn!
No, it got
Finn is
stolen.
going to come through.
I spoke too early.
Yeah, a little bit too early now. Rez is on the run. He's not going to make it out alive. Suki, who looked like they were hoping to pick up the Scarf, but just a little bit too healthy and a little bit too risky. K-pop is trash, going to make it out on the Meline. Meanwhile, Grumpjaw has been pushing the top lane this entire time. Not quite able to get a bunch of damage down on the turret or anything, but able to clear out the minions, deny CS as well. And now we've got Adagio pretty much doing the same, trying to get his
juggling
CS up.
Clear up this weapon tree and this gold oak. Reza wants to contest it, but he can't really do enough. Actually, I think he got that gold toad. And they managed to scare away the rest of the team from Miku Watsune, so good job there.
Excellent work out of them. Celeste going to be picking up a Crystal Treant here. That's going to give a little bit of a buff over to this Celeste. Adagio is alone in the bottom lane here. Bottom lane in the jungle.
Rotation was coming down, but it seemed that it got cancelled. Meanwhile, Grumpjaw is still...
Grumpjaw's got an eat coming down here onto Moon's Umbra. Scarf looking to come over and help. I just don't know how much they can help with Skedaddle already burned by Moons. Solar Storm gonna rip through and clean up the kill even with the reflex block. Scarf trying to get some damage in. Big button come through. Clips a little bit of damage onto Finn and Grumpjaw, but not enough to pick up a kill. Not even enough to put anybody in the danger zone where they could be ambushed by the rest of the team. So it's likely just going to be another weapon treant going over to Fez here. And he does have that Serpent's Mask complete, so looking to just be a tanky, in-your-face, abusive little Grumpjaw.
But I do like the response from Final Chapter. They're not making this easy for Miku Watsune. They got very good early game aggression with Reza doing those jungle invades, and now they're really holding their ground despite being behind, or slightly behind in terms of gold. There's Lyra very low. She does indeed die in the end, and now it's Jewel that needs to be careful not to get bursted down underneath that turret. Turret will indeed go down. Another turret for Miku Watsune, increasing their gold lead. Nice stun over the wall.
Ooh,
and
big damage, Solar Storm.
Not quite finishing up.
Half of Scarf's health, it was pretty good. But that's going to be a free turret going over to the side of Miku at this point. Little bit maybe wasted on the Versa Judgment there, but I think they'll survive. Reza Reza looked like he was wanting to get more. I don't think you want this one, Reza. But here comes Scarf. Grumpjaw is here. They got the Force to Cord pulled through in. Core Collapse lands onto the Jewel. Double kill going over to the side of Miku Hatsune. Mizuki is going to drop here on the Scarf. Another stun going down onto the Lyra. 4 kills clean for the side of Miku over there.
Yeah, it was a very bad engage from the side of Final Chapter there. They could have done so much better. They had the surprise element from the Gwen from the bot, and she just showed up and she did next to no damage. She just tried to reposition herself and just died in the end instead of using that surprise element to try to pick the opponent team apart. So well played from the side of Miku Hatsune. They move on from the Ghostwing into the Black Claw, and it's probably going to be an uncontested Black Claw.
That definitely could be looking to be the case. Getting it down very quickly. That is indeed going to be uncontested. They only have 1 turret and 1 armory, 2 turrets and 1 armory standing between them, and a solid victory here. And with the way the last couple team fights have looked, I would say there's a fair chance they could close this one out here very early on, especially if they can get a pick here. But everybody is going to make it out alive.
Yeah, need to be careful.
Oh man, look at the sneak around play here. Whole team moving down into the bot lane, jumping on the armory. Big Red Button is going to come through and just skim Finn ever so slightly. He'll make it out just fine. Does look like, oh man, Forced Cord almost coming through, yanking the Scarf over, but an excellent Crucible coming out of Luke is going to save Mizuki from that. Black Claw now working his way towards the final mid turret here on the side, on the B side. Suki is helping Black Claw, but the team pushing that armory in the bot lane. They're now looking to get onto the crystal. Suki joining the team. Solar Storm is going to come ripping through. Does quite a bit of damage to the Scarf, not quite enough. There's a good Core Collapse, knocking down 3 enemies in that stun. And I think this might be just enough for the side of Miku Hasune to close out the game. Only Jewel alive with the Lyra. Jewel's going to fall. Lyra is the last alive. Black Claw is working on that armory, but I think Suki should be able to get the crystal here if they don't stop playing with their food eventually. There we go. There's the ace.
I think
There's the nightmare.
was struggling a little bit there, but they do win in the end. So well played. A bit over-ambitious. That was definitely very risky to do that final push, but it paid off for them. They managed to get those kills and finish off game 1. So 1-0 for Miku Hatsune on this series against Final Chapter.
Well, I mean, again, I think Miku has been absolutely dominant in all of their games thus far. Final Chapter, we didn't really get to see any of them. We got to see half of a game where the enemy was down a player, out of them. So we didn't have a lot to say going forward. But I think there was a fair amount of dominance by the side of Miku Hatsune here, and I expect to see them keep it up in the tournament. So far, they have been the most consistent team that we've seen.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see how they do on this second game for this series. Whoever wins this series will go on to play the winner's side final, I guess it's called, and the final one between the winner of this final and the winner of the losers bracket side final is probably called the grand final, I think. I hope. I don't know. Anyways, we're missing a player that is lost in translation. Dan's, I guess he fell asleep. He's going to be invited back in at some point. Should be being re-invited. Wait a little bit. Sorry, guys. It's already getting late in the day. At least for me, it's already getting past my bedtime. So
we have
starting to get a bit brain dead. But we will, with your help, with the power of the world united around us, we will be able to power through and cast a couple more games. At least one more in this series. Or well, it depends on Miku Atsune, I guess. If Miku Atsune win this next game, we will only have one more game. Otherwise, we will have to do the roundup of the series. And we still have one more game after that. I believe it's probably Team Cuddy versus Winter Fox, or I'm not sure if it's that game or if it's a loser's bracket game. So we will have to confirm, but we will let you know. Meanwhile, we seem to have all elements ready. We should be heading into the draft relatively soon. Let's see. Let's see what we can see. Everybody online, looking good. Finding a match for your party.
Yep, just our private match queuing going on here. Gotta make sure everybody accepts.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll get into the game here for you guys shortly. Well, into the draft at least. We'll be going over that with you guys step by step as always.
Playing right now is Miku Atsune versus Final Chapter, the second game of the series. We are into the draft. Let's see what they decide to play. Or to ban, actually. Bans first, play after. Apparently they don't like the Reza. They were doing pretty good with the Reza themselves on the previous game, so... But I guess they rather not have him available at all and think about something else.
Rez off the board, Fortress off the board. Two of the big dive heroes taken off here very early on. So we'll have to see what else gets taken off. We have seen the Sanfeng banned a lot, but maybe they won't take it away this time since they are on A side. Maybe they'll try to sneak that one through and get it for themselves. It does appear to be possibly the case. They've let the Adagio ban go through.
Or could we have a Magnus? Maybe we'll have a Magnus. No, Magnus got banned. Or I might see Sanfeng again. See that Ajanai is considering it. I would go for Sanfeng, but that's me. I'm a Sanfeng lover. Goes against my principles as a panda lover to also love a cat. But technically speaking, these cats in Vainglory are not considered cats. They're considered... What the hell was the name of the species?
Grangor.
Grangor. They're considered Grangors, not cats. So it's fine. Have enough love to go around for everyone. Finn getting picked up.
Hashka was raised by Grangor, and she is very cat-esque.
She got the mannerisms from the Grangors. I like Koshka. Koshka is a very good place right now in the meta. Not getting played enough on 5 versus 5. At least competitively, we haven't seen her being played today at all. On solo queue, you sometimes see her raising up hell with those early game snowballs. Anyway, the side of Miku Atsune went for a Finn and a Celeste. And it's being countered by our favorite baby dragon, Scarf.
Yeah, Scarf, a big one right now, but we do have the Celeste coming through on the side of Miku again. We do have the Yova coming through on Mizuke here. We'll have to see if they're able to capitalize on some of that burst damage tied with the Sanfeng as well.
Ilva, very dangerous to deal with as well. And a Gwen getting picked up for the side of Miku Atsune. And a Tony. That's surprising. We haven't seen a lot of Tony. We already saw Tony once today already. He does provide a lot of CC, but it always feels like there's another hero around that can do Tony's job slightly better. At least in my humble opinion, of course. But these guys are the pros, playing competitively for all the marbles. Well, not all the marbles. You still have another game later on to have those other marbles.
Looks like we're going to have to get through this draft again here in just a second. Overall, I think it was... overall, I do want to say it was actually a pretty balanced draft on both sides.
I do think, typically speaking, the Celeste works a little bit better just because, again, you don't have to worry about the body blocks on a lot of Celeste's abilities. But you can never count a Scarf out either, so we'll have to see.
Yeah. Just have to see. Have to get back into the draft, though. And for that, we need to find a match. Any day now. Just wait a little bit longer. Playing VG is like playing Monopoly. You just need to make hotels everywhere. What? No. You get to be the boot? Is that what he means?
Longest Q&A. I'm ready whenever you are.
Yeah. I feel a bit ready as well. They're saying that there is echo in our voice. Well, it's not from me because I'm wearing headphones, so it must be from you, Domine. I don't know. I don't know why I call you Domine either, because you're Day Nomine. My brain is starting to melt. My brain is melting.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to fly right through this draft here and get into the game. I'm excited to see some more of the Vainglory actions. Everything looks good so far. We've got the Baron locked in. Now, what will our boy Dan's be playing this time around? Only time will tell. 15 seconds to make up your mind there, bud. Looks like Blank's already thinking about picking up the Lyra for their team. And there's the Grumpjaw Lyra. So we have our teams locked in. Let's see who's getting what. Looks like we may have a top lane Lyra? Question mark?
That would be interesting. That would be different. That would be surprising even. Interesting. Curious. And I'm typing hero names in the shoutcasting tool, so I know the names of all the hero abilities, especially the newer heroes like Ilva and Sanfeng. I just never memorized their abilities. So it's nice to have a little tool that helps you have those names ready and available.
Definitely intelligent. Get you some flashcards going on over there.
Yeah. And we have nothing better to talk about since it's early game anyways, so we might as well talk about that.
We did get Sunfang and Ilva through on the same side, so I think that could be some potentially deadly combos there.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how they do that, because, I mean, Sanfeng can pull people in or just stun them, and Ilva can also chain
Obliterate
stun
people.
Yeah, and lay down the hurt. Seems we're going to have a jungle
pretty
invade here.
aggressive, yeah, pretty aggressive engage here, but K-pop is trash, knows what's going on, as well as Blanks, but that's maybe not the spot you wanted to be, Blanks, as you are going to get dropped in just a second there. Weapon Treant is definitely going to be going over to Dan's here, picking that up on the Grumpjaw, giving him a lot of gank potential in the top lane. Now can they get this gold oak, though? K-pop is trash here as well as Dash. Meanwhile, Gwen wants nothing to do with this, just heading back to the lane. And overall, very, very good start for the side of Final Chapter there.
Yeah, they definitely love their jungle invades. They seem to always go for one. So let's see what they do here now. Tony is also reaching there. Blanks is zoning things out, clearing up that vision. But yeah, just business as usual. Recalling back home. Nothing happening on the mid lane, just farming as usual as well. I'm really curious about the Lyra. Like, what what build is gonna do. Is he gonna do pure support, or maybe just small damage, maybe just a Storm Crown and a little bit of CP, and then the rest doing a support build, possibly?
Definitely hard to say. Fez typically to me feels like more of someone who wants to be a hard carry, so just being Lyra in the top lane in general is a little bit different to me, but you know, we must believe. A little bit down here, going ahead, getting on the Gold Oak. Baron actually struggling quite a bit against the Lyra here early on. Lyra, a lot of sustain, a lot of easy damage output for her as well. Despite not having any items, she just has a lot of base damage with that arcane missile that she's able to send out. Moon's Umbra gonna have to watch out for that one.
Being a 1 versus 2, but he seems to be hanging on with that inerrant perk, giving him extra tankiness. And here comes a wild Ajani trying to get a kill onto someone. Is he going to be targeting Blanks? No, he's going to go for Tony first, and now it's Blanks that's left to die. Popping the flask, will be able to get away. Dance overextending, and he pays for it. So a trade there in the end. But I think it was still worth it for the side of Final Chapter. He managed to clear some of that pressure out of that turret.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-2, gold, fairly even. Fez down here in the bottom lane, getting a little bit pushed in by the Sanfeng and the Baron at this point. Meanwhile, mid lane, we do have the Celeste and the Finn rotating down. I surely imagine Scarf just called that rotation out. And these guys will try to get out of the way, but maybe not. Maybe we're just going to YOLO it and let Baron away.
And he's just dead.
Excellent core collapse there by Suki.
Good rotation and well capitalized. Meanwhile, on the top lane, it seems that Tony is going to steal that barrier.
Tony taking away some jungle, so smart rotations out of him. Dan's is trying to force this turret, or wave under turret. The Skedaddle was used there by Blanks. Fortunately, Grumpjaw not level 6 yet, not able to make any big play out of it. And with K-Pop's trash here, they should be able to clean up this wave pretty easily. We do have Suki recalling in the mid lane, level 6 on the Celeste, so we do have core collapse live and ready to go.
It feels like Blanks and K-Pop is trash could have done a better combo there to bait in Dance. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. Now they have a 3-man rotation down there, unless Finn decides to quit. Seems like he's gonna go back down to try to help Suki a little bit against the Sanfeng that's annoying him. A little polite company. People in check.
Yeah, not a lot going on here right now. Luke getting a little bit of poke damage out on the Sanfeng. Celeste, though, here back in the lane. Scarf also level 6, so 2 big ultimates for each of these teams online. Meanwhile, top lane, we do have a little bit of push coming in on the Grumpjaw. Tony and Gwen up there causing a lot of harass on this turret.
Yeah, 1 versus 2 is hard to hang on. But Lyra seems to be holding pretty well on the bot lane. I mean, she was pushed against the turret for a little while there, but she doesn't seem to be low on energy at all. So she's able to sustain. Now we have another team fight going on. Finn dangerously, though he does indeed get bursted on. 3-man stunned there, but Tony not able to capitalize. He changes targets. Here comes
Dragon's Breath is coming out, but it does look like Celeste might be turned around to fight it. Solar Storm not going to be enough. Mizuki, can he get away from the Tony here? Sanfeng here is with Scarf, but he might be losing his own life at this point. Anjay trying to get some damage down, not quite enough. Blanks comes through with the buckshot, is able to clean up that kill on Sanfeng.
Very good trades there. Nice team fight back and forth between both teams. And it seems that Miku Atsuneo is going to take this opportunity to try to steal this Crystal Tree. And Ajane wants to take care of it, but she gets aced high in the face. And she needs to reevaluate their decisions in life at this point. They're gonna lose that jungle as well. They're up against 3 members there. Decide to back off. Don't have the 3 versus 3 since Keep Up is trash is a bit low on health, despite having that buff.
I might be looking to get this barrier triumph though.
Yeah.
We're gonna get that pretty uncontested. Grumpjaw just gonna have to watch. As he knows Blanks is right there as well. MG is sitting here and waiting for Blanks, able to get a good chunk of damage, but not really enough to stray too much away. K-Pop unable to land the taunt there to lure the Scarf in. Meanwhile, Lyra was able to sneak away the weapon buff down there in the bottom jungle. Fed's just been an absolute MVP today, if you ask me.
Yeah, he's been playing very well on all heroes that he played. And he played quite a few different ones already. We see him totally dominating with the Scarf. He also played with the Lance pretty well.
And as well.
Yeah, so he's been having a good day. I'm not sure how you usually... Oh, we got another team fight going on. Suki very low, is forced to use the boots, trying to get away from that position. K-Pop Stretch is here to stun someone up. Quibble
does land on the Scarf, not quite ready for
force the cord, but
cord does get blocked off. Yeah, excellent play out of both of these teams. This has been a pretty close game thus far. A little bit of an edge going over to Miko Hatsune. They've got about a 2,500 gold lead at this point, as well as sitting 1 turret up, so a little bit of positional advantage. Scarf just barely able to make it out alive there. Had to pop the flask to survive.
Yep.
Oh man, there. Yep, Sun Fang is gonna fall there. Another force to cord coming through. It looked like I was panned away.
Baron, not quite as much damage as you wish it was. Baron not having, he can't recall. He can't recall because Lyra keeps throwing Imperial sigils at him.
Yeah, Lyra can be.
Now we might have a dragon coming up. We do have a ghost thing about to get finished towards the side of Miku Hatsune.
Oh, Fez!
Fez with the plays.
Fez there, and he's even gonna make it out
Johnny
alive.
wants a payback, but he won't reach there in time. So nice kill for Fez there. We were talking about the Lyra being not a traditional carry player, but it seems that Fez has that under control. Likes to play his CP Lyra well and often, and he's well versed in all the Lyra capabilities.
Well, specifically the build he's going as well. Obviously, you were mentioning that the Imperial Sigil able to harass this Baron quite a bit. Gone down the Spellfire path first, so once that Sigil hits, Baron's taking damage, and then continues to take more damage even after making it out of that Sigil. So just a lot of harass potential, and Baron doesn't really have any way to sustain himself.
Ooh, force the cord, but push the ball down. Well played. I was gonna say that even the right bulwark also is very strong against Baron, keeps him blocked into place, not allowing him to jump jet away until he maxed out the jump jet abilities. So that also gives him a little bit of an advantage. But I'm fascinated that we see a Lyra being used to counter a Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. Restricted movement. Sun Fang is dead, and now Grumpjaw is on the run. Can they pick up the kill? It's so close. Solar Storm! Rip through and pick that one up. Now they get a wave here in time to capitalize on this objective here in the mid lane. Scarf as well as Ilver are both incredibly low. Celeste rains out absolutely absurd amounts of damage with Gwen here as well. And that's going to be an easy turret pickup for the side of Miko Hatsune.
Now we have this siege onto this Baron on the bottom line. Both Tony and Lyra are there trying to destroy Moonzumbra. Ajani wants a little payback, and the Sunfang collaborates, but the Flask is gonna keep K-Pop is trash alive. Here comes the ultimate from Sunfang trying to keep this in check. Can we have another kill? Yes, we can. Ilva goes down for the sake of their teammates. And now it's a 4 versus 3.
Oh boy, Dragon's Breath is coming through. Can they do anything with it? Mitsuke is going to get hooked in, and there's a big core collapse coming through to lock up the Scarf. Scarf was able to get Tony, but now Sanfang is going to be dead as well. And Grumpjaw is on the run. No Ghost Wing for them to take, no Black Claw for them to take, but maybe they can force a little bit of wave up into this Baron and get this turret
turret down finally. Fez and Blanks are here, but it maybe doesn't look like they have quite the pushing power they were maybe hoping for.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth on these team fights, but it seems that the advantage seems to be on the side of Miku Hatsune so far. Let's see how the next team fight goes. We do have the Black Claw already available as an objective, so we'll soon start to see some rotations around these dragons. Ghostwing is also up again now, so we might see that being contested at some point in time.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking forward to that one, or looking towards that one at least. We've got about a 5,000 gold lead on the side of Miku Hatsune. Blanks getting pretty big here on this Gwen. He's got the Tension Bow complete. He's got the Sorrow Blade, as well as sitting at level 9 with a pocketed infusion ready to go for any time a fight may break out. We'll have to watch them on that. It looks like they should be able to get this. Baron almost makes the steal, just not quite able to lock down that final hit.
Yeah, Miku Hatsune gets this Ghostwing, and they might be ready for another team fight. A nice Crucible out there, avoiding the... Oh, another one. These Crucibles just come out of nowhere. Where did you get so many Crucibles? Yeah, like
they're not on the extended.
collection?
They're not on the extended cooldown yet for one, but they've also got two. The Gilda has actually picked one up of her own as well. So playing kind of a jungle utility as opposed to that full-on assassin that we once saw from the Gilda.
And it paid out right now. Solar Storm not quite connecting, so a bit of a miss there. Sun Fang overextending, gets his mortal wounds on. And it seems that this is going to be a very easy Black Claw or the side of Miku Hatsune. Grumshot tried to lift it a little bit, but he's forced to back off. And now the portal onto Scarf, it just gets deleted.
Yeah, that is not looking good for the side of Final Chapter. Scarf, definitely their heavy hitter. It's going to be Grumjaw falling as well, followed by the Sanfang. Oh man, Ilda has nowhere to go. Quad kill. Moon's Umbra, the only one to make it out alive. Everybody's still standing on the side of Mitsu, and as well as the Black Claw pushing right down the mid lane.
You have a full Black Claw. I mean, the primers are back on now, and maybe Scarf will do some damage, but there's only so much Scarf can do. This might very well be game, and the end of the series. Knights force the core, then it's definitely game. Definitely. GG, well played, both teams. Miku Hatsune goes on to the final of the winners bracket, and a final chapter will move on to the loser side of the bracket, which will have more games. I'm not sure if it's today or tomorrow. You guys have to check that with the organization, so ask WB Green or Sylvia Renee. They should be able to inform you of that. Meanwhile, we are done with this series. We might have one more game coming up, or one more series coming up. I'm not sure the teams that will be playing on that one. If it's Team Cuddy versus Winter Fox, or if it's someone from the loser side bracket.
Yeah, we should know here pretty soon what we have coming up. Obviously, that is Miku Hatsune moving forward into the day 2 of the tournament, which will be tomorrow, with a 21-5 victory over the side of Final Chapter. Just waiting on a update for production on...
It's Team Cuddy versus Winter Fox, so we will have the other semi-final today of the winners bracket. And tomorrow we will be mostly covering, the final and the entire losers bracket, or what's left of it. I believe some games are already being played offline from the side of the losers bracket today. So tomorrow we will have the final. We will have the rest of the losers bracket, and will have the grand final between whoever wins the final and whoever pulls through the losers bracket. Trying to invite the people from both teams, both Team Cuddy and Winter Fox. Was Team Cuddy the one that we saw at some point? No, we
don't
saw
think so.
Winter Fox versus Electric Overload. I don't think we saw Team Cuddy play so far.
There was another name similar that we saw that I'm trying to think of what it was.
Oh my god, thinking at this hour, are you crazy? That
Pretty
like
much.
hurts, man. That's crazy. That's
And it
some
was-
insane shit. I don't think we have information on the roster. Let me check real quick.
We do on Team Cuddy. It's quite a massive roster, actually. How is this a thing?
They multiply. Your Doomsday Zero, Fear Poseidon, Billy, Neko Fury, ZZ Dream, Neon Fire, Zarkard, Advent, Maurice the Beast, X-Hyperion, and starting all over. So they want to make sure that they have their subs available, which is fine. I mean,
They have a sub for every player on their team.
that's how it should be, right? I mean, on 3 versus 3, you had 6 players, so you should have 10 players for 5 versus 5, right? Just in case.
Not
your
sure we have the
entire-
player base to effectively do that, but okay.
Well, definitely some known names here. I recognize a few, even though I'm not from North America. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup between these two teams. Looking forward to that. And the people are starting to get invited. So we'll see how things work out.
And this will be our last matchup of the day, everybody, just so everybody knows. Trying to look and see. The other team was Winter Fox again. Okay.
Yeah,
So we
it
saw
was
Winter Fox
Japan.
play earlier.
Yeah,
Yep.
we did.
Yep.
We casted a couple of their games.
Yeah, we got robbed because we didn't get to see the panda play after all that
Yeah.
panda talk.
Yeah, it wasn't an amazing panda. Maybe he changed names meanwhile, and it's still an amazing panda. It just goes by another IGN. Maybe that was it.
Perhaps.
We'll have to know. We'll have to check. I don't know if you have any other giveaways to pull
I
out
think
while we
there
wait for the teams.
should be one last one.
Maybe they're waiting on it for the in-between match between this one and the next one. So I guess just wait.
Yeah, and then tomorrow we will have the winners bracket final, the losers bracket final, and the grand final for you guys.
Oh, a 2 cent Fang unlock raffle has started for viewers. Use raffle to enter the raffle. Okay. I will use raffle. I mean, I already have Sanfang, so I guess I probably shouldn't. Yeah,
I
probably
don't,
shouldn't.
so let's YOLO it.
Yep. Good luck, Domine. You're gonna need it.
Fact. This is the raffle everybody's going to enter.
You get a ticket. You get a ticket. Everyone gets a ticket. To Sanfang unlock. Why does it say? It's for 2 people. Okay, I can live with that. Like 2 people will win in the end, I think. Yes, there is another game coming up. We are waiting for the people from these 2 teams to show up. Team Cuddy will be facing up against Winter Fox. So we're going to be covering that series. We're waiting for the invites to get accepted.
Currently filtering some players in right now. We have players from both sides on. When does this next update drop again?
Probably next week. I don't think
it's
it
like-
was officially
supposed to be-
announced, but it should probably be. I think
Usually
it's
on like
Thursday.
Tuesday or Wednesday, usually, isn't it?
Okay, if you say so. I don't really remember.
I
feel like they're usually on Tuesday or Wednesday, but I could be wrong too.
I was gonna say it's usually on Thursdays, but apparently
You know what? It might be
on Wednesday.
it might be your Thursday and my Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's assume it's that, so none of us lose face. So yeah, 3 people's in. If this was a 3 versus 3, we could have started the game now. But unfortunately, it's 5 versus 5, so we have to wait a little while longer.
But 5v5 is more fun to watch.
It has more things going on, at least. So there is that. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Edge Sorrow, you get a ticket. Ethereal, you get a ticket. Kurodeko also gets a ticket. Mr. Shug, you definitely get a ticket.
So just waiting on 2 more players from each of these teams, guys, and we will get you into the game. Definitely looking forward to see this matchup. I'm excited to see, starting all over. Definitely a name everybody should know if you've paid any attention to the Vainglory community tournaments at all, ever, like since ever. But definitely a star player from every tournament. But lots of interesting new heroes. Also, a lot of time since we've really seen any competitive gameplay in North America, at least consistently. So we'll have to see how he's evolved his gameplay and see if this is if there's anything that Winter Fox can do to oppose him.
Mm-hmm. The question is, Sunfang or no Sunfang?
Sunfang.
That changes everything. That is the question. And we haven't seen any Magnus yet today, so I want to see a Magnus before we end the stream. So we have at least 2 games to bring out a Magnus, people. So start working. Start banning those petals and those saws.
And Magnus still got banned in that game.
Yeah. Like the last possible ban. Feels bad, man.
Yep, but it is what it is. Sometimes that's just the way it be when the Magnus is so OP.
Well, you're a poet as well.
Something like that.
Something
All right,
in the
team,
line
just
of that.
a couple more people to get in here, and we'll get the draft started up for you guys. I actually think Winter Fox played quite well earlier, and they're up against a pretty decent team. So I'm excited to see these 2 face off and see just how far they've really come.
Yeah, definitely. I think they hold their own very decently. Although your Doomsday and Starting All Over are quite known. I believe in their skill level being slightly higher than their opponents, but it's all about team synergy in 5 versus 5, not so much individual skill, or not as much as on the good old 3 versus 3. So let's see how things work out.
All right, I adjusted my mic a little bit. Am I less echoey now?
It sounds the same to me, really, to tell you the truth, but I hope the guys on the rest on the stream itself maybe will have a different opinion. I don't know.
I put a different pop filter on it, so hopefully it's better.
So we'll
WB Green, let me know if it's a little less echoey.
Echoish. Zarkard has entered the party. We're missing 2 people from the side of Winter Fox.
Okay, WB Green says it's better.
As Sylvia Renee on the chat says that you're all echoey. So okay, so it's both of us.
I don't.
Your lack of echo is appalling. I need more echo. I think it's Discord or production. Okay, might be Discord. I don't know.
It might be on WB Green's end because he says it sounds like we're better in Discord, but apparently not on stream.
Well, I guess maybe he shouldn't be watching the stream. That's probably where the echo comes from.
Well, no, I had the stream muted.
Yeah, I have it muted as well, but maybe WB Green doesn't. I'm just conspiring. I have nothing else to talk about, so I might as well conspire against the WB Green's production levels. But I could be totally wrong. Cave casting is in. Yeah, it's the new biggest best thing ever. You all get together in a cave. Sometimes also works to do it in a toilet where they have those tiles. It also brings out the echo-ness in it, so it's also worth checking out.
All right, is
But
this
caves,
possibly
definitely caves.
any better? Any
You
better,
sound-
any worse?
You sound more distanced, and I think your other voice is better than that one.
Let me try to.
Yeah. Because the one you just tried, it felt like you're further away and slightly higher in tone or higher pitched. So I don't know. Anyways, we seem to have all the members on the party, so we should join soon. Ready? Let's get this on. I need to go eat my dinner, guys. It's like 10 p.m. and I haven't had time to go eat my dinner. I don't have your North American lives. I need to nutrition myself.
What time is it over there?
10 p.m.
10 p.m. Late dinner, my dude. Late dinner.
Yeah. I had like a cookie. That's all I had this afternoon.
Is
I had
this
to munch
any
it
better on the
between
mic?
casting. Sounds pretty much the same, to tell you the truth. Well, speak more.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Do I still sound distanced?
No, you sound closer, but you still sound a bit higher pitched. But I think the previous voice was better.
Okay.
In my humble opinion.
I got you
But
then.
anyways, we have a draft going on. It seems that the side of Team Cuddy. I'm curious, how do you say Cuddy? Is it Cuddy or Cuddy? That's my
Probably
main.
Cuddy.
What do you base yourself on to assume that?
Kid Cuddy was my only basis, and that doesn't even make sense. So
I don't know who Kid Cudi is. That American thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, pretty much.
Well, I will pass judgment then, or pass on making judgment. I don't know. Anyways, Adagio got it banned, Yates getting banned, Magnus getting banned, boo, and Sunfang getting banned, boo. So we will have a fortress coming out for the side of Team Cuddy or QD or whatever the hell you're supposed to say it.
For consistency, I'm just gonna go with Cuddy for the whole match.
Okay, Cuddy it is. Let's Cudify this stream. We will have a
Got the
Gwen for
fortress
Shadow
through.
TP. Yeah.
We've had the fortress banned in like 70% of the games, so might be fun to see this
Yeah,
one come through.
we only saw him being played once today, so
Yep, just the one time on the lovely shark skin.
yeah, I love that skin. So cute. I love it.
It was very
Love
nice
it.
with the halo, actually, in all honesty, too, with just like the plain halo. Looked pretty good.
Uh-huh. Anyways, Shadow TP is going to be playing Gwen. Apparently, he was struggling a little while with Gwen a few games ago. Hope he has a better match this time. And then the Lorelei for the person whose name I can't pronounce because it's all in weird characters that I can't read. Starting all over is going to pick up the Ringo, play him while he's hot because on the next update he's going to be not. Ha. And Billy picked up the Maline. Curious to see if that's a mid lane Marlene or a jungle Marlene. So we'll have to wait and see. But he's getting picked up for the side of Winter Fox.
Absolutely. Lorelei, definitely a very strong hero and really has been pretty much forever. I mean, she's always been viable either in DPS. We've seen in the past a lot of, Aftershock Lorelei as well as just flat out Captain Lorelei, and she always seems to do well. We did have the Grace pick come through as well, so we'll have to see how that one ends up working out.
A lot of crowd control coming out from the side of Winter Fox. I'm curious how they will be able to use that, I guess, to deny the engage coming from Fortress. Yeah. So
that's the only real potential they got, because there's not really much of anybody else that they need to stop. So hopefully it'll be enough to maybe catch the side of Team Cuddy, in the Arcane Passage, right at the end, drop that Holy Nova. It does look like we had somebody lag out, possibly.
Misclick. Someone tried to change the skin. People keep trying to change the skin.
Dang it, Lorak!
And hit exit by mistake. They're just trying to delay the raffle. I see what they're doing. Like, we're gonna say the winner at the end of the draft, so they just try to finish the draft, try to cancel the draft so they have more time to enter the raffle. Pro tactics.
Maybe they just know the pain train that is Team Cuddy is coming, and they're trying to delay it as much as possible.
So wait and see.
Yeah. Team Cuddy has about 40 different players. Lol. Let's see. Well, hopefully we can get them back in here real quick and get this game going. We do have a completed draft, so it would be nice to just get them back in so we can get that going and get you guys into the excitement of Team Cuddy versus Winter Fox.
No, we don't have a party. That's not so good.
There's always a party, my dude. Always a party.
Well, if there is one, I'm not invited because I'm not in it. I wasn't
invited either, so you're not the only one.
So it seems we will have a little bit slight delay. Let's see what happened. The draft was picked. I don't even remember the draft anymore. Hope the players remember it.
I feel like I remember all the heroes that were picked. I just don't remember which ones were on which side.
Okay. See what happens. Well, I'm officially out of topics. Oh, there is? Well, for you, not for me.
Invite should be coming.
Any day now. Wait for it. There we go. An invite. Don't quite get why he's re-inviting everyone else, but I'm too brain dead to care. So let's just wait a little while longer, and hopefully the game will get underway.
All right, looks like we've only got a couple more players to get in, guys.
Bum ba bum ba bum ba bum. The players are real.
All right, one more, and we can get back into the game.
Just one more. We're so close. Come on. Join now. Who is missing? Well, it's one one player from the side of Winter Fox, which was not who cancelled the draft before.
Yeah, we just
So
need to get
it's
Lorak in here.
While the Lorak gets suddenly invited, let's hope he accepts so we can get this game underway. Final series for today. My brain is already fizzling, I'm melting, needing to get some food. Stay hydrated. Remember, kids, always stay hydrated. Get yourselves a lot of glasses of water, then you have to go to more bathroom breaks. It's always
You have to
important.
use the bathroom more than you're doing it right.
Yep. That's pretty much it. Well, we have the blind draft. Hopefully the players remember their picks. And we should be able to get the game underway.
This looks right. It looks like they all remembered.
Okay, cool. We are on to the Sovereign's Rise.
All right, look at all the epic skins we got. Lorelei finally has her skin, and we get to see it in game. Pretty excited about that one, but her Doomsday letting us down. Where's the Lyra skin at, my dude?
For Sovereign's Rise has
We
begun.
need that fancy
Clearly
new
Doomsday is a
Lyra
noob.
skin.
Clearly, well, he has a pirate hat, so I guess that counts for something, but...
Well,
quite
we
as
are
good.
on to the Sovereign's Rise. It looks like we're going to have the Baron in the bot lane with the Grace, the Maylene in the top lane with the Gwen. Jungle will likely be the Baptiste versus the Fortress, and then the Lyra Ringo maybe looking to be in the mid lane up against Celeste and the Lorelei. So that'll be interesting.
I guess it works. I mean, as long as he doesn't get fish food rooted in, should be fine, or stunned.
I mean, it is starting all over on Ringo. I mean, that's
Yeah, so...
pretty good pick for him, but at the same time, not a lot of escape potential on a Ringo, so gonna have to be a
And he
little
does get
bit
the
cautious.
heal. He does get the heal from your Doomsday, so he should be able to out-sustain that lane. Oh, he just got fish-footed right now. And the stun chained. Starting all over needs to start all over. Back off.
Lorelei skin, so good.
We also have a little skirmish going on the bottom and a rotation coming out from the side of Baptiste. He wants to sneakily get this kill onto Billy. Billy uses the jump jets first though. Smart. He did have vision in that push.
Vision
And-
helps, team. Vision definitely helps.
Yep, we need more vision. On the top, they seems to have they had a little bit of a trade as well between Z Dream and Shadow TV. Some lack of energy on the side of Z Dream, but they should be okay. Back in the mid, seems starting all over is having some difficulties. Gets fished up or fish rooted. What's it called? Fish fooded. Yeah.
Fish food. It's a little rough again for the Ringo, just because lack of mobility, and there's quite a bit of crowd control sitting on the enemy's side. So it is one thing of caution you have to throw out here on this Ringo is you are susceptible to a lot of lockdown, and there is a lot of it on the enemy team. You have the Aces High, the Holy Nova, the Fish Food, as well as the Splashdown. Cork.
Lorak wanted to get a sneaky kill there by Lorak, but he failed. Or actually, the recall happened before Lorak managed to reach there. And now he used his boots to be on cooldown for a few seconds. Meanwhile, on the top, it seems Z-Dream's trying to oppress Shadow TP on this Gwen, trying to put some pressure onto this turret. It needs to be careful, though, in case someone rotates. Seems to be doing all right.
Z-Dream's really got to be cautious. Not a lot of energy and definitely not a lot of health left in his side. Now Maylene definitely has that ability to switch through and get a couple extra spells, giving her, a couple different abilities, such as the Royal Amnesty, the Wicked Escapade, and the Light Ribbons for that bind. So we will have to keep an eye on Z-Dream up here and how he works on his energy management.
Starting all over, getting very low once again. Needs to be careful with all that those stuns that can come out from both the Lorelei and the Celeste. He ends up recalling back home. And it is a CP Ringo. I was thinking that probably could be a weapon, but it does feel like it's going CP. Because he has boots, Alcyon Charger boots, so that probably explains it. Going in a bit of a bind, he might be first blood here even. He's forced to pop the flask, gets another Heliogenesis to the face, and does indeed end up giving first blood to the side of Winter Fox.
Yeah, Baptiste getting that first blood bounty there. So far,
He
gold.
wants more. And he will get more. You want it, you get it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
It is going to be another kill going on to the Baptiste down there, picking up the kill onto Baron. Zachard, the Fortress, is going to go ahead and just jump out. So, overall, good start here for the side of Winter Fox. They're sitting up 2-0, and they're also up about 2,000 gold. We don't have any objective takes yet, but, it's still very early on in the game. Looking up at the top lane, Z-Dream and Shadow TP definitely having a little bit of a tussle back and forth. Z-Dream got to be pretty cautious here, doesn't have his flash for another 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Shadow TP, he is ready to go with his. So a little bit of a bait and switch from Z-Dream. Oh man, Shadow TP almost bringing him down. Buckshot is coming up here in just a second, able to burn that flask so easily, and it looks like starting all over, definitely struggling a little bit in the mid lane, trying to keep up with the wave clear that the Celeste brings to the table. Ringo, not quite the wave clearing monster that Celeste is.
Yeah, they decided to go for a rotation up to the lane, the top lane, trying to get that turret. Then they reevaluate their existential life and they try to get this very nice kill onto that Lyra. They managed to steal that Crystal Treant on the dispute. Z-Dream is there trying to do some contest. Lorak manages to defend against that Hellfire Brew. I thought that would do more damage than it did. Well, he doesn't really have many crystal bits yet. He's working on the Storm Crown first, so that's probably why it didn't hurt as much as it probably should. But I'm expecting that this team Cuddy is aiming for the late game, so we will see both starting all over and the Baron on the bottom lane starting to really come online later on the matchup. So their point right now is not to feed the enemies that much, so that when they finally are online, they will be able to do their proper amount of damage. And
we do have the top lane getting pushed now, though. Baptiste has made the rotation up here with Gwen. They force Z-Dream out. Maylene hitting the home base, hitting the shop, topping up on some health and some energy, trying to make it back. It does look like Zachard is here to hopefully hold off the minions coming, but that double buffed Baptiste is absolutely intimidating. Especially against a Maylene, who, if you just use your Wicked Escapade to get away from the Gwen, you're not going to have that to be able to escape the Baptiste. So Z-Dream has to play it cautious when Baptiste is making these rotations up.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if this is a Crystal Baptiste as well, because I'm so used to seeing Weapon Baptistes nowadays that it's not often that I see a CP one. Curious to see how this works out. But so far it seems that there is a small advantage to the side of Winter Fox. Z-Dream putting some pressure on this top lane. Some chunks, but won't be able to take it down. Meanwhile, in the mid, we are still dodging fish food left and right. Here comes the Baptiste. Might trigger his ability on starting all over. Solo Storm reaching, clipping.
Yeah, Lorak is getting to a very comfortable spot here on Celeste. He's got the Halcyon Chargers complete. He's got the Spellfire complete as well, and level 8 for the additional range on the Heliogenesis. Definitely a monster when comparing it up to the much shorter range of Ringo, who again has no possible way to escape. They did spot Ringo out with that cam though. We do see Z-Dream trying to hold them back to allow starting all over to get out. Can he pick up the kill onto Lorak in the mid though? It doesn't look like he can. Unfortunately, weapon Ringo probably would have been able to pick that one up, but he's going to lose out on those massive Hellfire Brews later in the game. This one might even just be enough to kill Lorak here. One more tick. Oh, so close.
So close, but no cigar. And everyone seems to be recalling back home. We might have skirmish on top. Just putting some pressure on this turret. The turret might fall. Just a few ticks away. Does need to go down. Can Shadow TP respond to that? He's a bit afraid of this Malign. Just decides to keep himself steady. Lyra gets stunned up twice in a row on the mid. Your Doomsday is not having a very good lane phase. Accompanying that Ringo. Ringo has been managing to dodge those stuns a lot, but Lyra needs to pretty much be there to help control, and she ends up being the target for all those stuns that have already caught her out twice, I think. Yeah, twice.
Yeah, there's a lot of crowd control on the side of Winter Fox. So they've been doing a good job executing on that as much as they can. The gold lead hasn't really grown. It was about 2,000 starting from like the 4-minute mark, and it's still only about 2 to 2,500. So not really falling too far behind Team Cuddy, but they definitely have a ways to go to get back into this game. Fortress does have the Wolves out. Attack of the Pack not quite going to be... Not quite going to really gain anything out of it other than maybe some potential vision.
Solar Storm almost finishing that Baron.
Very, very close. In the end, Baron lives. Selma is going to be forced to retreat a little bit here, as obviously the scare of the Fortress can be a little bit much. Pretty quick. Fortress, come on, help your boy, man. And that is going to be Selma picking up a kill onto the Baron. And now Lorak making a great rotation down is going to force Zachard back. And they might even be thinking about doing a ghost swing here in just a second. Exactly.
Yeah. 3-man rotation back up. No vision from the side of the blue team. So they probably should be able to get this very easily. 5-man rotation in the end. So yeah, clean ghost swing for the side of Winter Fox. That will give them a little bit more of an advantage than they were already having. They really seem to be dominating, surprisingly enough. Ooh, nice crucible there, preventing that team fight from going the bad side. Baptiste is forced to recall back home, so they will disengage, or at least take the long way home.
And Eileen does have Gwen forced up pretty far here. Gwen is going to notice that Cam take down some of the vision. Let's see if Zedrin can do anything about it. He does have the light ribbons out, but not quite the range to reach the root on the Gwen. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we do have a bit of a tussle breaking out here. Good stun on the Fortress. Huge Holy Nova. Good chain stuns followed up with the Fish Food. The Solar Storm for a little bit of Rainbow Moon goodness flare. But a little bit over the top. It's going to be a 6th kill on the board now for the side of Winter Fox.
Ringo in a very bad position, about to get caught out. Ace's Eye missing though, he's lucky there, but Batiste locks him down, and it's a very dead Ringo that we have. So yeah, this game really not going in the way of Team Cuddy. They need to start playing safer or just wait for the late game. Winter Fox seems to be dominating.
Looks to be the case. I was definitely thinking it was going to be leaning towards Team Cuddy, but I think their drafting was a little bit more play for fun as opposed to play to win. Going to be absolutely honest with you, the CP mid Ringo, maybe not the highest
CP
potential.
mid Ringo, he got a big buff, so it's viable. I've seen a lot of people playing a lot more CP Ringo in the mid and in the jungle as well. So I would say I won't blame it on starting all over.
Well, I'm not saying he's playing bad. I'm just saying against the Celestes, it's a little bit more of a struggle. So I feel like a CP Ringo would have worked better out of the jungle or an outer lane as opposed to the mid lane, where he's struggling to keep up with the push that the Celeste is
I mean, even if you were a Scarf, you were still susceptible to the double stun coming from the
this is true.
Lorelei combo. So Meanwhile, it's Malene that's struggling on top, 1 versus 3. She ends up dying, and this probably will cost them the turret, except that 3 members are rotating back up. Will they catch Carol Seaman outside? Oh, nice fish food there, buying her a little time. The rest of the team doesn't want to come and help her out, though. Here comes Batiste with the disengage. Aces Eye also connecting. Nice disengage from the side of Winter Fox.
Yeah, absolutely. Fortress getting a cheeky little bite onto the Celeste there. Reflex block going to come through. Fountain is out, but it's not enough to save Lorelai's life. Celeste rips out the Solar Storm, but it misses once again. Lorak swing and a miss on several of these Solar Storms so far. It does look like the Ordained is out on the Fortress. Not really the maybe ideal target, but now Ringo walking through, trying to get a little bit more farm, trying to get to a point where his Hellfire Brew can be a little bit more impactful. Definitely getting there. Gwen does have that weapon buff starting all over, is incredibly low. Can't she pick up the kill? Oh man, Shadow TP. Oh no, here comes the Baptiste. They do pick up the kill. Baptiste is now stuck in a 1v3. Make that a 2v3 as he picks up the Ringo card, and Doomsday easily able to pick that one up. Man, those bleeds from the Fortress paired with the sustain of a Lyra can definitely be painful very early on. But we've got some kills on the board now for the side of Team Cuddy, 4-9. Gold lead is down to a mere 800 gold. So this could be anybody's game still.
Yeah, definitely. Malene is in a bit of a bad spot up there on top, trying to finish off Lorca, at least to get a trade. Doesn't get it, but maybe the Fortress will help him get it. Indeed, Celeste goes down. Now it's Fortress that's in a bad position. Will she be able to get out? He avoids the fish food. Going dangerously low, though. Here comes the rest of the team, rotating back up, and that will probably dissuade Winter Fox from further engaging. No, they want in. The portal makes a mess of the situation. Fortress is
out on Zacher. There comes the shade. It does look like Lorelei could potentially drop here. Grace trying to get the Divine Intervention down. Not quite enough. Fortress now looking for the Baptiste, but might have gone a little too far. Here comes Baron. Solar Storm is going to miss on the Fortress. The kill does go over to the Baptiste. Gold Oak now trying to get secured by Baron. Did they just turn this around on the Celeste? It's a 1-for-1 trade. Selma now trying to get onto your Doomsday, but here comes starting all over. He's on to Gwen, but I think that might have been the wrong fight to pick there starting. Z-Dream coming in through for the bait, though. Starting is going to make it out alive. Z-Dream comes through with 1, and it's going to be your Doomsday picking up the second. 10-12 now. Just like that, Team Cuddy is in the lead.
Yeah, very interesting team fight there. Celeste was very unfortunate. She totally missed the Solar Storm once again. I think on the team fight where Celeste will engage with that Solar Storm properly, the results might be a lot different. So I'm gonna hold on to that to see if this is indeed a turnaround for the side of Team Cuddy, or if Winter Fox is still in the lead for this game.
Yeah, it still could be anybody's game, but we're definitely starting to swing over to the side of Cuddy. Z-Dream has had a pretty good performance here on the Malene. Made a couple really good rotations to pick up kills on the end of what looked to be a really bad fight for the side of Team Cuddy. They are now ever so slightly in the lead. A couple thousand actually swung their way, as you talked about earlier. They had a little bit of a deficit the whole time, and now they're comfortably ahead.
Yeah.
Hellfire Brew is up on Ringo, so we'll have to see where that ends up.
Oh, Ringo overextending, but it's a bait. It's a bait. The rest of the team is there. The ultimate from Baron landing on Baptiste, but this is okay. He's already recovering. Malene needs to be careful. Here comes the pack of...
Celeste getting blown up there. Can they find the kill? There it is. Malene coming through with another. Fortress picking up the Lorelei as well. Billy looking to try to find a kill onto the Gwen. Can he get it? There's one. Oh, so close to 2 more. Divine Intervention going to come through. Zacher not quite able to pick up the kill, and that's going to be another one going on over to the Baptiste, who is unable to recall due to some bleed damage right now, but he'll eventually make it out. Baron is coming back. He has the Sorrow Blade complete. He has the Tension Bow. Yeah, Grace is in a little bit of a rough spot. And starting all over, get this turret down. It looks like
He's trying to get starting all over.
Yeah, but with Baron here, it's not a fight he's really going to want to take. Crucible does come out and blocks the Fearsome Shade for starting all over, or not Crucible, the Reflex block. But Billy was feared back, unable to lock down that kill, so Baptiste is going to make it out alive and make it to fight another day. Meanwhile, Celeste
have a
trying to get back into the
Ghost
rotation. Yeah, Ghost Wing started up by the side of Team Cuddy. Should be able to take it pretty much uncontested here. There's not really anybody that's going to make it in time, shy of a Solar Storm that's not even on its way.
They didn't want to finish it for a little while there. I don't know what they were waiting for. That was curious. Malene a bit overextended, but she wants to re-engage 1 versus 3 because that's how she rolls.
That is how Z-Dream does it.
Starting all over was chasing this Gwen up on top. They skedaddle, keeps her safe though. Oh, nice stun there onto Malene. Back on the back coming out.
Gets the bot turret, now working his way up to the mid lane with his team. Very likely going to go ahead and take this Crystal Treant just to keep the enemies away from getting it. Lorak taking a massive amount of damage. Here comes Grace. The Ordain is down as well. The Fish Food is going to miss onto Billy. Another jump jet's coming through, dishing out a lot of damage. Unable to get anything to stick though. Eventually we do have Celeste bringing down Fortress. Baron cleans up the Lorelei. Starting all over comes through on this Ringo. Picks up Baptiste, and this is going to be another mid turret. Grace does find a kill onto the Lyra. Z-Dream is able to Wicked Escapade away from the Solar Storm and survive. Can they get the weapon Treant though before Grace can secure it? I'm actually not sure who that went to. It looks like it went to Grace. Yep, Divine Intervention used on herself. Hellfire Brew coming in. That's going to be a
Still
kill. Yep, and that is actually going to be one going over to Maylene. So Maylene picks up the weapon buff at this point. Not a weapon hero. Doesn't get to make a whole lot of use of the weapon damage. But
Not the best hero you want to have it on.
But Maylene also very
Ringo.
good at crowd control. Ringo is going to go ahead and pick up the kill on Celeste there. And that's a lot of that high burst damage that a Crystal Ringo can output. Maybe not the most consistent when he doesn't have his twirling silver available.
Z-Dream is in a bad position on the top. Let's see if he gets caught up. Yes, he does.
Yeah, he's going to get ruined by the Grace. Starting all over
once a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, that might be a rough call, but here comes Fortress here to help out. Lots of damage dished out onto the Baptiste. The Ace High is going to connect, starting all over. Might fall here, but not before getting a kill onto Shadow TP, bringing that Gwen down. Huge heal coming out of Lyra here as well. A excellently timed Crucible as well as the Fountain of Renewal. Keep starting all over alive. The teleport in immediately blows Lorelei off the map. And
damage from the Baron.
Ooh.
And it's Solar Storm not quite connecting. It could have connected onto Billy. That would have been already a decent trade or a counter kill. But now it just gives it a free Black Claw for the opponent team. I don't think it will be able to contest it without the Solar Storm.
Certainly not. Certainly not.
It does indeed. Last hit goes to Lyra. And Baron just got himself an infusion. Baron's doing so much damage already.
Yeah, Baron has been going absolutely crazy. You have to see what they're able to pull together here. They do have one turret and an armory between them and a victory. But if they're able to get a cheeky pick on Celeste, Gwen, if they can pick up this kill, there's no reason they shouldn't be able to win on this. Starting nice all over is going to get absolutely jebaited by Shadow TP, and that is now one of the biggest first DPS down on the side of Team Cuddy, so we'll have to see if they can close this one out now. Gwen has touched up at the base, spent some gold, refilled her health, and I think that's going to have to be Team Cuddy backing on out of this one as Black Claw now below half.
Very good. Like the Aces High made all the difference. Like without that Aces High, Gwen would be totally dead. She managed to get that kill onto Ringo, and if you take the Ringo out of the equation, you have a good grounds for some solid fight in the favor of Winter Fox.
Absolutely.
Now we have a Ghosting started up on the side of Team Cuddy. Seems like it's going to be uncontested. Need to get it indeed. All 5 members are back up. Z-Dream is overextending here, 1 versus 3. He's not afraid. No fear, just fight.
The immortal words of Vanzi.
Yeah. Might have a rotation up here, trying to catch someone off, but both players from Winterfox have recalled already.
Does look to be the case. 20-18 on the scoreboard. About a 4,000 gold lead for the side of Team Cuddy, but this is still anybody's game. Anybody can get a easy pick at any point and really turn the tide. A lot of turrets still stand, though, on the side of Team Cuddy. I mean, they've only lost the 1 bottom turret.
Yeah.
Back to the game.
We have another engagement.
Here we go. Arcane Passage in. Bright Bulwark is down. Huge fearsome shade coming through out of the Baptiste. Ace's High is going to whiff a little bit there. Light Ribbons as well. Good fish food coming out of Lorelei. We've got the Baptiste on the run, but now it's going to be Fortress trying to get away. Ringo comes through and picks up a kill onto Gwen. The rest of the team is so low, they might have to back away even though they got the 1 kill. It does look to be the case.
They didn't want to overextend. They do have the ghosting buff.
One good Celeste Heliogenesis could have taken out half the team there, so definitely glad they called that one off, but
Solar Storm finally connecting though, but not doing as much damage as you would hope. Nice engage again from Fortress there. Was a disengage coming
Here's
out.
some shade. Fortress is going to drop to the Solar Storm.
Finally, the Solar Storm getting someone.
Gold Oak is going to go over to starting. They have rooted up Lorelei. Z-Dream looking to get a little bit more poke damage down here, but the fish food is going to come through. Can they pick it up? The Wicked Escapade is going to allow them to make it through. Divine Intervention comes through, reduces some of the damage of that Hellfire Brew, and then gives the health back to Carol there. Everyone's going to survive that engagement, but starting all over, not done looking for the farm. Might get caught out in a rough spot here, though. He does drop some vision.
Yeah.
He knows it's coming. Core collapse is imminent. Here comes the Glen, and they get the kill. They have him caught out. Going to reflex block out of the Ordained. Starting has made it out alive, it appears.
How did he escape that?
I don't know,
hell?
but he might not escape it for very long. There we go. Starting all over is going to drop. Z-Dream is looking for the kill onto Carol here. Oh, able to get it through the Divine Intervention. Wicked Escapade going through. Can we?
It's a little bit too late, but he's cleaning up house now. 1, 2, 3 shots, and that Baptiste and Grace is probably going to be next.
And Grace is down as well. Triple kill coming through for Billy. That's an ace. 26-21.
And they're going for the base. They're going to try to end the game right here.
And they have the
20 seconds
timers
on the
too. They've
clock
got
for
20
Celeste.
seconds on Celeste. They've got Baron, who has a boatload of damage. They should have this pretty easily, I think.
A very close game. I mean, Winterfox was leading early on for sure, and then it became closer, but it was never extremely dominant or as dominant as we were predicting it to be on our original analysis during the draft phase. So very interesting matchup, well played from both teams' side. And
One of the
let's get
longer
on
games
with
we've
game
seen
number
today
2.
as well. 27 minutes.
Yeah.
That was an
Fun
exciting
for
one to
the
watch,
whole
though.
family. Yeah, definitely. Which is what we want. I mean, this late in the day, we want an exciting game. Otherwise, we would just fall asleep. So
Correct.
It keep us on our toes. Let's swap sides and let's go on to game number 2. Remind you guys that this is the semifinal of the tournament. The other semifinal was won by Miku Atsune, I believe. I'm already unsure. Actually, I should refresh the page, and that should tell me. Yeah, Miku Atsune won the other one. This is the best of 3, so this is game number 2. If Team Kuri wins this one, they will move on to the final game, to the final matchup against Miku Atsune, which will take place tomorrow. The losers bracket is already starting to get played out. I believe some games are being played off camera. And the rest of them will be played tomorrow during the stream of tomorrow. Some players have disconnected. So let's see. They get invited back in. The usual little break. Missing 2 players right now. Should be able to start the matchup. Let's see if Vainglory can find a match for our party. Not sure what's happening with the nominee there. He's having mic issues. If he just took a break. It's awfully quiet. Still finding a match for your party. Should be coming back soon. Okay, so it seems the nominee is having some issue with his mic. He's trying to get it fixed. Give him a few moments. Technical difficulties. But second game should be starting soon. We are on the draft phase already. Side of Winterfox is on the blue side right now. Side A, let's see who they decide to pick the ban. Yates is the one that gets banned, and Magnus banned on the B side.
No surprise on the Magnus.
Yeah, no surprise on the Magnus. We won't be seeing a Magnus today, I'm afraid. Well, we still have a possible third game on this series that could have a Magnus come out, but
If
I don't
any
know.
game was going to go to a game 3, it looked like these two might be the two to do it.
Yeah, it was pretty evenly matched. So very looking forward to the second game. Sandfang getting banned up and Fortress also getting banned up. Let's see who is left. Who is left to pick? Probably Celeste. Baron. We will see Baron again.
Billy
This
had a
time-
pretty good performance on the Baron last game, so looks like maybe Winter Fox want to try to get some of that Baron love on their side.
Yeah, Shadow TP has been performing better on the Baron than he has on the Gwen. So this might be the little difference that helps them get that little edge that they are looking for. Let's see how that works out. Billy is the one who ends up with Gwen on the side of Team Cuddy. It seems that both teams prioritized Baron and Gwen on this decision for the best top laner, or bottom laner actually. And Adagio getting picked up from for Team Cuddy, probably on the support role there. Jewel and Lyra are the picks to round up the team composition on the side of Winterfox. Let's see the response.
Idris would be one that would be interesting, and there it is.
Yeah, Idris getting picked up.
One we haven't seen this tournament so far, but one that has been in and out of the meta pretty consistently, both weapon and crystal power, and for some reason we also seen the hybrid Idris at some point. Don't know why.
It was supposed to not be useful anymore, the hybrid Idris, but somehow people still managed to build it. which is interesting, let's say. They decide to pick up the Lorelei. I guess they are a bit tired of all the fish foods that they had to deal with on the previous matchup. Let's see what the Winter Fox picks to close up this composition. They are thinking Malene, apparently, for the mid. And the Reza. Perhaps, perchance. Or an Anka. Or an Ilva. Apparently Ilva it is. Let's see how this composition... they feel a bit squishy to me.
They do. Aside from the Jewel, who again is only going to be really tanky if she's facing the enemies. You know, the second she looks away, she's the most squishy person on the team. So,
yeah.
Little rough,
hard.
but both sides, in all honesty, a little bit on the squishy side. So we'll have to see whose DPS race comes out on top.
I think I like the draft more from the side of Team Cuddy. They do have the healer from Adagio to compensate the healer from the side of the Lyra. But they also have a Lorelei that gives that nice block of extra sustain with, what's it called? The barrier? Yeah, the barrier.
Water wall.
So, yeah, the water wall. So that might give them a little bit of an edge to their main carries. I'm assuming it's probably going to be the Idris that's going to be the main carry for them.
Very likely. Very likely. It does look like a crystal bit start for the Idris, which does make sense since it's starting all over. We'll probably be going into the mid lane. Looks like Adagio will be going into the bot. Makes sense because Z-Dream. Billy going to be, well, I guess technically Billy in the bot on their side. But Shadow TP going to be in the bot lane up against the Adagio as the Baron, and I think that might be a little bit of a struggle early on for Shadow TP. Meanwhile, looking into the top lane, the Jewel can have a lot of potential into the Gwen, but it's going to be about when Gwen times the attacks, because if Selma is stuttering on the minions, there's a big opportunity where Billy can get those back shots where there's no armor and deal out almost true damage, realistically.
I am forced to concur. You have some initial skirmishes going on, both in the mid and the top lane.
Yeah, just some minor poke back and forth, but it does look like starting all over, the first of the two mid laners to hit level 2. Looks like Zachard on the Reza also at that level 2 mark now, as well as many people catching up. Idris, pretty wild when he gets to level 6 though. That Shimmer Strike is definitely absolutely crazy for being able to jump around. Looks like Zachard's coming in. Can they find the kill onto the Lyra? Fish Food's gonna come through. One hit might do, but not quite able to make the connection. Lorak in the mid lane here on the Malene is getting some good poke damage down, but unable to secure a kill onto starting all over or your Doomsday. Does look like Zachard is on his way back to his jungle now, rotating through, picking up the weapon treant, and Jewel struggling in the top lane against Billy here on the Gwen right now.
That's what I was checking. Selma is so low, and a buckshot could kill her off. She no longer even has the flask, so in a really precarious position. Now it seems that Lyra is gonna rotate up, try to heal her up a little bit, maybe get this Gwen. No, they don't dare. And Reza's right there, so Reza could really kill them both off really easily. Meanwhile, in the mid, Lorak is left alone to fight against 2. Might be struggling a little bit here. Starting all over in your Doomsday. Be farming okay. The healing coming out, but the fish food also coming out.
A little bit slower of a match pace this time around. There is a lot of more scaling heroes. But I think Zarka should potentially have some good ganks here on the Reza. He does have that weapon buff, so definitely has the opportunity. Specifically, if he's able to get in on this Baron down in the bot lane, he can potentially just set up a quick, easy gank with Z-Dream and set this Baron back pretty early on.
Seems to... Dajio seems to be dominating early on. At least he has the level advantages so far. Let's see if Shadow TP manages to equalize after this wave. Julie's overextending on the top. Reza is right there, just lurking behind, not making a move. And they managed to let the kill get away from that. I think that was a bad play from the side of Reza there. Could have been a bit more aggressive to ensure that kill.
Yeah, but being proactive, making sure they miss that kill, they're going to go ahead and take away any jungle that they can. Now he's working his way towards the mid lane, but past that scout cam, I think he may have got spotted out, as we see Lorak and Carol both returning to their turret. No more jungle for Zarkard to take, but Gwen being proactive, starting up the barrier treant over here. We do see Zarkard coming over, working on getting some of that ambient experience. And Jewel, fully healthy, back up here in the lane. Just having a little bit more of a rotation coming from Billy and Zarkard here. Billy is going to get the weapon buff and can potentially get a pick here on Selma with that slow, and Reza's up here as well. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we do have Ilva recalling, very, very low on health. Meanwhile, Baron very low on energy. Maylene making a rotation down, not finding anything for himself or the team. And overall, still very slow paced, very, very relaxed and even game. We've only got a couple hundred gold difference here 5 minutes in. This is a totally different story last game, where there was already a 2,500-3,000 gold lead for one of the teams.
I might have a team fight here for this Crystal Treant on the red jungle. Fishfoot connecting onto Lyra, not enough to contest that Crystal Treant. Goes inside, and Reza wants a piece of this Lyra. He was not happy that his jungle was invaded. They're good, they're still fine. Meanwhile, on the bot, Z-Dream got caught up on the Ilva's trap. He seems to be doing alright. Ilva is forced to back off. And here comes Reza trying to catch someone off. Ilva senses her with her perk. So I think they're gonna abandon this tower to his demise. They need another wave though.
They are terrified of this Reza right now.
Yeah. And he was really chasing them, like, oh, let's check it there in the bush, trying to recall.
Well, I mean, they were both just kind of at that perfect opportunity where Reza can come through, get that easy gank. It is a turret destroyed in the mid lane by starting all over. Meanwhile, we've got Z-Dream and Zarkard working their way through the jungle, taking away as much CS as they possibly can. Doing quite an excellent job at doing so as well. We are now starting to get a little bit of a gold lead developed. We do have about a 2,500 gold lead on this side. Oh, they do
secure it.
They do secure it. So that's going to be starting all over, getting into that crystal buff. Or not.
And on top, Selma's still struggling against Billy. So really be careful.
Very difficult to deal with if you're not getting a lot of rotation up from your team. You know, specifically the fact that mid lane has been pushed so much. Carol isn't getting a ton of time where she can come and even just drop an Imperial Sigil for a second to try to help Selma out. So all of that burst damage, it's excellent timing for Billy. You know, he's constantly got this weapon buff on, which makes it really difficult for Selma to make any sort of escape, any sort of safe attempt to come. We do finally see a rotation from Carol making it up, topping Selma off. That's going to help him get some of the CS, but with Zarkard coming back up, yeah, he's been spending a lot of time trying to pressure this top lane, and this is where Selma's really been having a lot of struggle. Gonna go ahead and forego saving that turret and just abandon ship. I think that is definitely the right call.
Yeah.
Definitely don't want to give up your life and lose the turret, you know?
And got herself a Spellfire, so she might be able to do something. Ooh, but gets aced high to the face. Jump jet not quite connecting there, and Billy will be able to get away. Our team fight is breaking out on the mid lane as well.
Z-Dream, 100 HP, gonna make it in time to recall, starting all over. making it out with him as well. Your Doomsday is also going to have to head back and hit up the home base for some health and some energy. But a great rotation to get some items purchased for all of these guys here. As we see, starting all over, he does have the alternating current now and has enough crystal power backs to finally have unlocked those ranged attacks on Idris, giving him a little bit more of a safety net, as well as packing a massive punch in some of those chakrams.
4 versus 1 on this bot lane. Z-Dream won't stand a chance. He needs to back off. Here comes Reza to help him out. Will he be able to do any worthwhile damage? Adagio was sort of staying alive. Rest of the team shows up. Can they pick someone off in a reverse sweep? Baron is dead, but a nice 3-way trap from Ilva there, stopping the advances of the red team.
Absolutely. We do have a little bit of jungle finally going on over to Ilva's way. Don't think she's really seen too much of her jungle in a while, but that's a-okay. She's seen a lot of the other jungle. Lorak is looking for a kill on the starting all over. Light Ribbons is gonna reach. The Jewel comes through. Thunderstrike to clean it up. That's another kill on the board for the side of Winter Fox. Billy is gonna go ahead and make his rotation over, likely to pick up this weapon Treant again, which has allowed him to just be so dominant and pressurizing here in the top lane. So we'll have to see what he's able to do with this one coming around. There is a big wave for him to clear up here. Lots of gold getting ready to go into Billy's pocket. Already has the Sorrow Blade complete, working into the second item now. So we'll have to see which route he's going. Probably, that is usually what we see second on Gwen. Just goes right along with that big burst damage that Gwen has naturally in her kit. Scout Cam there did spot that three-man rotation out, so Billy's just going to go ahead, give up that turret. Smart play, taking the opportunity to recall, upgrade to get that piercing spear, and we've got 3 to 4 on the board. Still very, very minor gold difference though. We're still, sub 1.5k at 10 minutes into this game.
Yeah, very close matchup so far, and Ghostwing is already up, but none of the teams had a real good opportunity. Now Reza overstepping, forced to use his ultimate, try to get some damage done. I think he's gonna be dead. Yeah,
that is Arcade dropping. It's gonna be another kill going on over to Selma here on the Jewel, and that is probably the most ideal person they could have got it on. Selma quite behind in lane. If you look at the CS, the 59 to the 77 of Billy. So trying to get a little bit more gold to keep this Jewel in line. We haven't really seen Jewels today have a massive impact. I mean, we've seen, maybe a couple good stuns, but I mean, the big red buttons.
We had a couple with the big red buttons doing a lot of damage and stuff. Now the aces are not quite connecting, unfortunately for Billy. This Crystal Treant goes back and forth, doesn't really know where he wants to die. She'll lay die for the red team, she'll die for the blue team. Fish food not quite connecting, big red button, ensuring that Crystal Treant. There you see, there you go.
It's gonna be a dead Selma.
Doing a power play. You ask for it, you have it. Now it's Adagio that is overstepping. Why are you going 1 versus 2? Because I can. Here comes Reza, trying to help out. The ultimate also coming out, making sure. But the wicked escapade, well, almost got Malene to safety, but it won't last forever. She had to pop up for air eventually, and Reza got her when she came up. Fight for this weapon Treant. Will they be able to contest it? Baron? Not quite. Focus is on starting all over, and this will let the weapon Treant go. And the gold oak will go to...
It looks like it went to Yilva there. Yep. Coming through with the sneaky burst damage to finish it off. It does look like the Ghostwing maybe started up here by the side of Team Cuddy.
Bit risky.
Little bit. We do have 3 members here. They do see that it's going on. There's a scout cam down. Looks like Cuddy is going to take the...
They cancel it. Starting all over in a bad position now, but unfortunately Lorak misses that stun. Forced to wicked escapade away. Jewel jumping into a very good position, trying to get that stun, but failed. And all 3 members of the blue team are forced to back away before they get started all over by starting all over.
Is going to be another kill going on over to Billy as he picks up the kill onto Lorak there, the Malene falling. And
another fight on the bottom lane.
Oh, yes, we do.
What's up?
Oh, man, huge Huge
Feels bad.
cannon coming from the Ilva and the Ion Cannon there. Here's Billy coming down, looking to secure a kill, unable to though. Takes a couple turret shots in return, but this may be an opportunity for them to steal away some more jungle and maybe even force this wave up. We do see Z-Dream down here. Looks like he's going to opt out. Knowing that they're not dead, they just recalled. They could come back at any time, so excellent play out of them. Starting all over is in a potential 1v4 right here, and he is going to drop certainly. Tried to get a little bit risky, tried to get some CS of his own, and stuck around a little bit too long.
He was winning 1 versus Jewel, but the rest of the team showed up and it kind of ruined his plans.
That did appear
Meanwhile,
to be the
we
case.
have a Ghost Link. Ghost
That we
Link got
do.
unlocked for the red team, so they're going to have a little bit more advantage here. Team Cuddy able to defend these turrets a bit better, maybe even do a rotation to the Black Claw. Dajio is pushing the bottom lane though. Someone needs to rotate down and deal with that. See the shade of
Dajio
GP.
is working his way in. He does have a couple minions there, but he's going to work his way out. But are they? Oh, there's the Ilva proc coming through, revealing his position. I think Z-Dream's dead at this point, right? Like, there's no way Z-Dream makes it alive. As the team collapses, Reza is in, taking a massive amount of damage in return, though. Big red button comes through. Not really a ton of damage, but Ilva comes through and pops the kill onto Zarkard. And that's going to be a now 8-8 on the scoreboard. The gold has grown a little bit for the side of Cuddy, though. They are sitting up about 3,500 at this point.
Yeah, and good trades on that team fight from both sides of the teams. Adagio getting caught out of position, but he managed to push the lane and get an extra turret out of it, I believe. So that might have been worth it. Now both teams need to reposition themselves. Possibly looking forward to that Black Claw. I still think that Team Cuddy has an advantage right now on these team fights. Starting all over seems to be a lot more fully built comparing to the enemy heroes. We'll have to see Ilva sneakily getting there, and she just gets bursted down. No amount of barrier will save you from that. And now it's Lyra that gets a piece of starting all over. And Jewel wants a piece of him as well, but starts getting bursted down. Here comes Gwen to finish up the rest of these picks. Not enough to get the kill of her own. They will probably rotate up and do this Black Claw, or just sneak around and try to catch someone off guard. No, they will actually start the Black Claw.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to start that one up. They should have the damage to deal with it, but it is going to be a little bit of an engage starting to come out over here. Huge damage coming out from Billy. Can they clean up the kill? Selma is going to drop. It's going to be Zarkard coming through, trying to clean up more, but he does not have the health or the build to do it. And Doomsday does get a stun, but goes a little bit too far. Now starting all over, coming through. Can he find the kills? He's going to pick this one up pretty easily onto the Ilva, but not quite enough to find any more. They do secure the Black Claw, though. It's going to be a health buff coming back to the team, getting them up, ready to go. They now have that dragon marching down the mid lane at them, starting all over. Cheeky little play there, trying to get a bunch of damage down onto Shadow TP. They're going to be able to clear out the minions as Black Claw marches in, and they may be able to close out a push here. Zarkard is back on the health depth, or the Sovereign's Rise now.
Sovereign's Rise, yeah.
But long way away from the enemy base. Oh, Shadow TP getting annihilated. Starting all over, is able to get in and does not make it out. The oncoming
They do get the reverse kill. That might be very important. Here comes the ultimate from Adagio. Manages to stun 3 people, and this is the turnaround for Billy to clean up. House gets stunned up by the Ilva, but not enough to finish this up. This will probably be game right now.
Yeah, this should be the last game of the day. The death timers are a little bit too long. I mean, Baron's the first one off in 8 seconds, and this Crystal is dead, man. That's going to be
Shattered.
game 2 going over to Team Cuddy.
So congratulations, but very well played from the side of Winterfox. I mean, they held their own for a very long time, but in the end, Team Cuddy enforcing their superiority and taking this semi-final home. They will play tomorrow against Miku Atsune for the final. I don't know if WB Green has any more giveaways or information that he wants to give out before shutting down the stream. If he does, please speak now or forever be silent. Let's see what he has to say.
Well,
But,
I know we have the winners bracket and the losers bracket finals tomorrow, so make sure you guys tune in for those, and then obviously we'll be closing the day out with the grand finals. So yeah, make sure you guys tune in tomorrow. Make sure you hit the follow button so you can see when the tournament goes live. Let me try to.
Yeah, I think we're wrapping up. WB Green saying that there will be more giveaways tomorrow. So guys, make sure you tune in. Probably same hour as today, which was 12 p.m. EST, I believe. WB Green,
Yes.
correct me if I am wrong. From my part, I would like to thank you guys. No, it's not 12 p.m. It's the hour that WB Green will be about to say. From my part, I would like to thank you guys for hanging out, for the opportunity, for allowing me to cast as well. So thank you so much. Thank you, the nominee, for having me around. It was great casting with you. So looking forward to do it again sometime eventually. Not quite sure who is supposed to cast tomorrow, if it's Maxman and Imperium, or if it's us again. We didn't actually talk about that with WB Green. So
Not entirely sure, but it looks like it's going to be at 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow.
Okay. So tune in at
guys-
4 p.m. tomorrow, guys. 4 p.m. EST for the follow-up of the tournament. And yeah, that's all from our side, I believe. So
We
take
will
care,
see you
everyone.
guys tomorrow.
Yeah, bye-bye. Take care.